And we are live. Are we? I hope we are. I don't know, man. I'm looking unhinged. Yes. Cameras are on. I'm looking vaguely unhinged and definitely unkempt. I desperately need to do something about the face fur and the head fur and just the fur situation in general. I know it's called a beard or hair or whatever, but fuck you. I am a meat popsicle. I am an animal, a mammal, an animal. Just we're all animals, aren't we? I have fur. You have fur. We all have fur. It's fur. All right. That's the hill I'm dying on today. Fur. All right. I will not hear arguments to the contrary of this. This is now a fact established for the stream. Welcome in, folks. Happy Tuesday. Had to pause, had to do math in my head, which is the worst kind of math, but it is Tuesday. How are folks doing? Have folks is everybody alive? Did we survive the weekend? I certainly hope we did. It's been it continues to be, and it always forever shall be a week. Well, honestly, this week, these past couple of months have, I think, been the longest decade of my life, and here we are. Here we are. Very sleepy. Hey, PB, welcome in. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Barely survived. Well, we're here. We made it for another week slash decade slash however long it this all lasts. I don't know. I am full on loopy today, which is ridiculous because I'm actually emergency alert, alert the media, send out the troops. I'm currently out of weed, and nothing. This is the most terrible thing that has ever happened in the history of things. I will accept your condolences and your pity. Please leave all your condolences and pity in chat. I will also accept condolences and pity in the form of weed. Look, I live in a legal state slash city slash neighborhood, but this would also require me leaving the apartment to go purchase more cannabis. And it's cold out. It's unfuckably cold out. It is like it's under 30 degrees Fahrenheit right now, but wind chill is making it feel like it's 15. I cannot. I would rather be sober. I would rather be sober in this economy than go out into that fucking cold for the half an hour or so it would take me to get to the closest dispensary and come back. Which means I'm raw dog in life in every way, not just raw dog in life because I don't have my ADHD meds. At this point, I'm almost convinced I will never have ADHD meds again. They were nice while they lasted, but turns out I don't know if anybody else here in the States has been keeping an eye out lately on the the atrocity list, aka the news, but apparently, everybody was worried that what's his face, the bear carcass guy was going to. If you don't know about the bear carcass story, please ask me about the bear carcass story. It relates to our current head of health and human services or health services. I don't know. Point is Department of Health. Anyway, that guy, he apparently we were all very worried about the vaccines, right? And everybody was asking, during the confirmation hearings, hey, are you going to go after the vaccines? He was like, hey, I'm not gonna go after no vaccine. Sure, right, whatever. And then as soon as he gets in, he didn't go after our vaccines. Who knew? No, he's apparently going after all the mental health meds. He's going after the antidepressants. He's going after... Because of course. Of course he does. Oh, my... Anyway, point is, I'm convinced I will never have medications again. And then add to that the fact that I don't currently have cannabis, so self-medication is also not an option. And it's a miracle I was able to get this stream started at all. I'll be very honest. I was real close to just kind of typing out, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna play Avowed the rest of the day," because it is a pleasant experience and an escape from current reality. I don't. I just tweeted, skeeted about it earlier. That I don't know if the internets as a whole are in any sort of agreement over this game. I simply pay no attention to it. If a game looks interesting, I go to the Fit Girls Repacks site. Thank you, Fit Girl, and then I have a game. I'm gonna leave it at that. Anyway, and so I picked up Avowed. I picked up a couple of games over the past couple of weeks to just have something that is not the real world to look at every now and then. Amongst the entertainment gaming experiences that I have, I was playing Spider-Man 2, the one with Miles Morales and Peter Parker, and I was playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the most recent one. Spider-Man is an excellent game all around. Good times. Nothing really bad to say about it other than playing it too long kind of gives me a headache. But at the same time, it's also just fun because it feels like I'm out in my city, except it's not cold. And I'm a powerful superhero who can swing from building to building with my spider webs. Spiderman. John Spiderman. Anyway. Good game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I've ranted about this one before, but not directly about the game, more about my experience with Sony. Fuck Sony. Right? And it was basically, I played FF7 Remake on my PS4, and it was a good game, and I enjoyed it overall, I guess. And I was like, as soon as it finished, I was like, oh, hey, the new one is out for the PlayStations. Let me play that. Let me go ahead. Here, I would like to give Sony my money so that I can play the next game in this little duology. I guess it's technically a semi-trilogy because there was like Final Fantasy VII Remake or what, Integrate or something. I don't know. I never really even looked at that. I saw that one apparently focused primarily on Yuffie, and I'll get to Yuffie. Oh God, I hate you. I hate Yuffie so much. Anyway, so I picked up Rebirth. Thanks again, Fit Girls. But because they wanted me to pick up a PS5 to play it, and fuck them, fuck that. So anyway, I was playing Final Fantasy VII, and it turns out, I haven't played a game that has made me so irrationally angry and hateful in a very, very long time. There is something about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that just triggers an absolute just torrent of vile hatred from me. Even as I've played through like fucking 50 hours of game on that thing. It is a combination, like the Moogles. Holy shit, I hate the Moogle minigames. Like every time you discover a Moogle house, and then you have to like find the little baby Moogles, and the baby Moogles are you're just trying to go like, hey baby Moogles, go back home. The big Moogle is worried about you. Meanwhile, the baby Moogles are trying to fucking kill you. They're casting like fire spells and throwing poison potions at you, and casting like windstorms, and the little fuckers are trying to murder you, and you can't murder them back. You have to just gently, no, buddies, go on, come on, please, just go back to your little house, buddies. And they're all like, hee. I hate that game, and I gave up. I was like, I'm done. I don't care. I do not care about the Moogles. Not going to do the Moogle house. I discover them on my map. I go like, that's a Moogle house. Are you going to go in and complete the little Moogle minigame so you can open up whatever bullshit Moogle store they have? You have like 10,000 Moogle medals that you found out throughout the game. No, because your minigame sucks and I hate it. Hey, that is in fact my entire goddamn review of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is your minigame fucking sucks and I hate it. It is technically, I mean, look, it's following the tradition. I'm not saying that minigames were not a part of even the original Final Fantasy. It's always, Final Fantasy is a series that is just RPGs, wrapped around a series of minigames. But Rebirth, more than I think any other, is just a constant stream of annoying, stupid, oh my god, I hate them. And it's constantly just like, all right, well, before you like this, it's not. If they were just optional, right? If it was like, okay, here's all these like the Moogles. At the very least, the Moogle thing is kind of optional. You don't have to liberate or whatever all of the Moogle houses to complete the game. It kind of forces you to do like the first one to show you like this is the Moogle game. But after that, if you really want to ignore all the Moogle games, you can. If you really want to ignore the proto-relic shit, you can. There is some plot stuff in there, especially later on. It kind of ties into the whole Sephiroth subplot and whatnot, I guess. But the there's a lot of mini games. There's this one later in the game. There's this city, Costa del Sol, which is just like the beach city. Which that's defining characteristic is that it has a beach, and you go there and then you leave and then eventually you come back. Spoilers, I guess. When you come back, you are made to go on a date with Aerith. Which I did not want to, because I don't like Aerith particularly. I'm a Tifa guy. And that date consists of 3 separate minigames, 2 of which I absolutely freaking despise. And I hated every second of completing those minigames, and there was no way I could not progress in the game. This was a main game plot. I could not progress in the game without doing those goddamn annoying minigames. I hate them, I hate them, I hate them. I know some people love them, and good for them. I despise them. And then, on top of that, I mentioned this earlier, and I feel that it bears repeating. I hate Yuffie, the little ninja girl. It's instinctive. There's something in me that just cannot deal with being in the same party as Yuffie, much less having her in my group. Every time she starts talking, we're walking through the map and this Yuffie says some bullshit, and I'm like, shut up, Yuffie, don't care, Yuffie, shut the fuck up. It doesn't help that she's got the personality of a bratty teenager. I don't know who's into that. Those of you out there who enjoy spending time with bratty teenagers, stop that. Get help. Alright? She is a deeply unpleasant little character who I absolutely despise the way that she is presented in this game. I don't know, maybe she's a good person. She's a fictional character, all right? I don't care that much. All I know is that I find that character deeply annoying every time she opens her mouth. I want to mute the game, I want to stop playing and never go back. I am playing through that game under protest, even though, like, for no reason. I'm at this point I'm invested. I'm just trying to get through the goddamn game so I can at least say that's it, I'm done. I finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Done. That's all I want. I just want to have that checked off in my to-do list of life. but it has honestly been like if I had paid money for that game, I would be more upset, I think. And I'm still pretty upset. I got that game for free and I'm still upset. And I still want my goddamn money back. I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's a beautiful game. It's visually it's beautiful. It's Final Fantasy. You know, combat is what it is. Lots of monsters. It delivers on being a fantasy that is final. And, you know, if, like me, you grew up with Cloud and Aerith and Tifa and Barrett and fucking Yuffie. You know, Yuffie was much better when I just could not hear her, when I could just skip through her dialogue. Does somebody have a mod? Is there a mod out there for the game that just makes Yuffie shut the fuck up? If somebody hasn't made that mod, please do. Please do. I will pay. I have no money. I will pay you money. I will find money. I will rob a person, and I will come back. I have just been ranting for the first half hour of this, 20 minutes, whatever, of this stream about how much I hate Final Fantasy VII, a game into which I have dumped over 50 hours. And then I picked up Avowed. And I don't know what the consensus is on Avowed on the internet. I don't know if we all think that it's a good game or a bad game. I can only tell you what my experience has been with that game, playing for like between 5 and 10 hours, probably closer to 10 by this point, so I'm still fairly early on. I didn't know when I picked it up that it was a game in the Pillars of Eternity universe. I like Pillars of Eternity as a computer RPG, but this one is more of a Skyrim vibe. It's sort of first person, and it plays a lot like Skyrim. And I was not aware that there was a Skyrim, but, you know, modern shaped hole in my life until I started playing Avowed. I can kind of tell that I'm probably gonna forget about a lot of these characters. There's a certain genericness to them. Again, I haven't met all of them yet, and it is sort of like more fantasy than fantasy. I don't know. It's weird because Pillars of Eternity, that whole game series and universe has always been not D&D and not Pathfinder. That's the easiest way to describe those. I think they're basically D&D and Pathfinder, but they're not those things, right? That's kind of how they. Hey, explorers, greetings from The Hague. I can only assume that you are there presenting the case against me, which fair. Welcome in, Explorers Wanted. It's good to see you, buddy. It's good to see you. I hope you're not there. I mean, if they're letting you just kind of vibe on Twitch while you're there under trial for war crimes, cool. Big fan of whatever war crimes you've committed, honestly. If you know, look, if our current administration here is allowed to just pardon the fucking mayor, not even pardon, just to say like we won't prosecute you to the mayor because we like you, I can do the same. You know what? Whatever war crimes Explorers Wanted has committed, they are my friend, and I forgive them for that. They haven't brought you here for your crimes yet. You know, yet it being the operative word. It's all right. I hope you're using a VPN so they don't know. But yeah, Avowed is a good game. I'm enjoying it. It's not blowing me out of the water, but it is. It's a pleasant way to spend my time. I don't like a lot of the NPCs yet. They don't like me. It's mutual, but it's not the absolute hatred that I have for Yuffie. Again, Yuffie is the war crime. Somebody should get whoever like just wrote Yuffie's characterization, her everything, in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, especially. That person needs to go to The Hague. That team. I don't know who it was. And look, to be clear, I'm a big fan and supporter of most video game creator teams. None of the companies, none of the publishers. The publishers are evil. They are Satan incarnate. But the creators, the programmers, the designers, the people that actually make the games that we like, big fans of them, right? And so, like right now, I just found out as the stream was starting, Marvel Rivals, one of the biggest hits out there so far right now. I think it's one of the top 5 most played games on Steam. It's everywhere. Like it's a culturally huge game. It's an ex-Overwatch, basically. I haven't played it. I mean, I played it a little bit for a while, and I bounced off it. I didn't much care for it, but I also bounced off of Overwatch and all the Overwatch alikes. It's not my type of game. I don't play team-based shooters. I generally just don't like playing online games with strangers. I play online games with my friends. Like, I would rather die than play, say, Phasmophobia with strangers in the, go to the lobby and get match made with strangers to a game of Phasmophobia. I will play Phasmophobia all fucking night long with my stupid friends as we laugh and get scared and abandon one another repeatedly and piss the ghost off on purpose to troll one another. Like, that makes me happy. Playing with strangers, less so. So, so I bounce off of games like Overwatch and Marvel Rivals. Anyway, to bring it back, that game, which has made like $175 million in the past month alone, more than recouped the entire cost of development, enough to keep the entire team paid and employed for years. And that's like just what it's made now, not even counting what it's going to continue making for as long as it runs. Well, that entire dev team just got laid off. They delivered a product, and then the company went like, cool, thanks for that, for delivering this hit product that is, going to keep our company alive and paid. You're all fired. We don't need you or want you anymore. You're fucked if you do and fucked if you don't. You create one of the biggest, most successful games, and this is not a unique story, right? This is not the first time it's happened. It's just that it literally just happened now before the stream started. I just saw the social media posts going up and like screenshots of LinkedIn of people who worked on the game going like, we've all been laid off. I'm looking for a job. Please help. Just absolutely fucking ridiculous. And with that in mind, I want whoever wrote and programmed and designed Yuffie in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to be laid off and fired and never work in the industry again. That is how deep my hatred. Okay, I support the entire gaming design and production industry. Fuck the publishers. Fuck the distributors for the most part. But, the people who actually make the games that we enjoy, 100% unconditional support, except for the Yuffie team. You know what you did. Get thee to The Hague. Now. There's some fucking tribunals that you should be on. I don't know what it is. I mean, I do know what it is. It's that she's an annoying teenager. If there's one scandal, you never have to worry about me, your very own uncivilized Dan, ever coming out and saying like, oh, wow, look at Dan, he did this fucking horrible thing. The one thing that it won't be will ever be any kind of relationship with somebody who's underage or a teenager. I cannot, no. I find them incredibly annoying. Like my everything in me rebels at dealing with teenagers. I simply cannot. And so Yuffie is written very well. She is written like an incredibly annoying, cocky, stupid little teenager, and I hate her. And you know what? Look, yes, they should be tried for their crimes, but also congratulations. If your job was to create what seems to me at least to be a realistic representation of how annoying teenagers can be, then congratulations. You, team of programmers, artists, and writers that created the character Yuffie, in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, recently out for PC, and less recently for PlayStation 5. Congratulations. Your prize is that you will be tried at The Hague for crimes against me personally. Because oh my god, I've been so close to just putting that game down and deleting it from my hard drive. Between the stupid mini games, it's just mini game after mini game after mini, too many mini games. It's just too many mini games, too much Yuffie. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth sucks. Cannot recommend. I will finish it at some point. Avowed. You'll notice I have very little to say about it other than just the general vibe of like, okay, I'm kind of digging it. I was not sure what to expect with the whole I'm kind of a fungus person thing. I am usually pro fungus people, but I just was not expecting that to kind of be your thing. I thought you could just, being a fungus person was just kind of one of the choices you have, but apparently no, you are a fungus person, and that is important in the game, that you have the fungi on your face and or head. Fine, I chose the least offensive combination of fungus features. And also you're playing the game in first person, so for the most part you don't really see yourself. But in terms of gameplay, in terms of just sitting down, playing a game, clicking on things, running around, doesn't make my head hurt. Avowed does an excellent job of letting me do that and making me feel like I'm playing a modern day Skyrim, but with less snow and more mushrooms. Also, I've killed a lot of people in that game, and it's also it's a game that's very big on sort of parkour. Like there's a lot of climbing and jumping around, and everywhere you go, there's always you're always looking around going like, I think I can climb the fucking ledge. Let me go, and you do, and you can, and you get to the top, and then there's this sound. There's this sound that is now seared into my ears, into my brain, and it didn't take that long to make me have a full-on Pavlovian response to the sort of twinkling magical chest sound that this game has. It's a little audio cue that it has, and whenever you are near a chest or container that has, because I think it also makes a sound for like backpacks and stuff. So a lot of containers. If you're anywhere near those and they have stuff, sometimes it's like a carrot, sometimes it's like a sword and a book and a carrot. But besides getting highlighted if you look at them, and visually there is a glow to lootable items, because this is a video game and we need our hands held. This is not a diss. I like to having my hand held. I play games on story mode because I am weak. You'll notice I'm not going on and on about Elden Ring because I know. No, I'm not going to get good. I have no desire to get good. I just want to play a game and have some fun and relax, not be constantly frustrated. I don't want your game to challenge me. If I want your game to challenge me, I'll go play the challenging game. But as a general rule, I do not want to be challenged by your game. I want to be entertained. So I generally play games in story mode. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm semi-debating playing it. Not right now. Despite the fact that now definitely have gone on for half an hour ranting about video games instead of the actual thing that I'm here to do. But I'm not going to do that for this stream. I'm not going to play the video games or anything on the stream today. We're actually going to talk about the Tater Pugs, and we're going to go back to Invisble Sun. In fact, I'm going to go back to Invisble Sun, but we're going to go over to the overhead because I want to actually do a quick recap on how my Planescape campaign game went on Sunday, because I think it went very well, and I also have some minis, and it was a good time. So let's go ahead and just jump over the overhead. Hey. Welcome in, folks, and look at what the cat dragged in. Or actually, no, she's not dragging her. She's coming here. She'll be. I do believe we are about to be invaded by a cat within moments. I see her coming from the corner of my eye. Hey, sweetheart, give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, sorry, folks. There we go. I'm just moving my little screen so I can see our ever so chatty chat over there. There we go. Can we do this? Okay, we have a mic and we have a kitty. Look at you. Are you on camera? Are you on camera? You are just barely on camera. There we go. I'm adjusting the camera so that people can see you here on the corner. Are you going to be here? Are you coming here? Are we doing this? No? No, you just want to be petted over here. I do not wish to be perceived, Father. Father, do not perceive. Do not let the internet perceive me. Just pet me. I hate to tell you, sweetheart, you are being perceived. You are being perceived. Oh, now you're going to be perceived even more over there. This is just, it's going to be a whole lot of perception. Just a whole lot of perceiving. Hi, hi, hi. Hey, hello, internet. Say hello to my cat's butt. Say hello to my cat's butt, internet. She has joined us. Let me adjust this camera here. There we go. All right, so... epic butt indeed. Epic butt indeed. All right, sweetheart. Sweetheart, I'm going to move a book. You're going to be upset about it, I suspect. Did that? I don't know if that ever even... I don't think it triggers on this screen. Does it? Can I manually trigger it? The sound triggers, but I don't think the actual display. So I'm gonna go over here real quick, and then do the. There we go, and then come back to the overhead. There we go. It makes the music is not. Yeah, no, I need to fix that. I have so many things that need to be fixed. That is one among them. But instead of fixing that, because the world is a trash fire, I have not been doing that, and instead have been playing the video games for which I have been ranting. Anyway. Last Sunday, before we actually get to the ongoing bullshit that is Invisble Sun. By the way, I just realized I never bookmarked where we left off. Oh, but I know we left off around the souls here. Yeah, the secret souls. Let's put a bookmark there to remember that. Hey, stop hitting the mic, Dan. Stop hitting the mic, Dan. Anyway, last Sunday, I played session 2. Yes, of my ongoing Planescape campaign that I'm running in person, a paid game for a group of gamers in the Brook of Lynn. And I gave a quick recap of the last game and how we had a group of adventurers, and they are entertainers. We have a bard, we have a monk, we have a illusion mage, and we have an Eladrin druid. Everybody else is human except for the monk, who is a gnome. Anyway, they were out on their way to just perform at an inn. One thing led to another, and they got pulled into the city of Sigil. The city of Sigil. It's pronounced Sigil. I know, but it really is. It's pronounced Sigil. And at which point, that's basically where we ended up that last game. The players had just arrived in Sigil. And then we started the next session last Sunday. We started the session with a minor time skip. We skipped to like a week ahead. The characters had now been in Sigil for about a week. They had managed to secure lodgings. They came into Sigil with about 100 gold pieces to their name. A week later, they've got basically nothing, because between finding lodging, finding food, buying some basic supplies, and finding some weird little items, they just had spent all their money, all their delicious money, and so they were in need of, the classic adventurer thing. You're broke, you need to get some errand stuff, some adventure stuff to make money. And also, sorry, I'm going to adjust the overhead here a little. And also, they needed to they're trying to find a way back home. They are now trapped in this interdimensional nexus city with no clear or possibly possible way of returning back to the Forgotten Realms from whence they hail. It was a bit of a shock to them to realize that the Forgotten Realms, at least in my particular flavor of the multiverse, that particular prime is considered kind of a backwater. And so nobody really knows about Faerun or Baldur's Gate or anything like that. They just don't have a lot of pull, right? Because being from that setting does nothing for you in Sigil. You are a clueless, you're a Burke, and you need to shut up and stop asking about the Lady of Pain. Anyway. So our players were given the opportunity. The person who got them into Sigil, who is a tiefling named Kyle Zek, she shows up in their room. They never told her where they were staying because they don't trust her for good reason. She pretty much told them as much. And once she dragged them into Sigil, she was like, "Well, thanks, I guess, for helping me escape from the Githzerai knight that is hunting me. But I owe you no further allegiance. Good luck. Bye." And ditch them. So a week later, she knocks on their door, and they're justifiably nervous and skeptical about him, but she manages to convince them that I have a friend, and this friend, she is she needs a little help, and I felt a little bad about how things ended up before, so I thought, well, she needs a little help. You could use some paying work. Yes, I had the feeling that you could use some paying work. So look, meet my friend at the Yawning Rat. It is here. Gives instructions. And just talk to her, let her know that Kyle Zek sent you, and I am sure that she will be able to provide you with some simple errands that you can do to produce some money. All right, goodbye. And then she fucks off. And so the players go like, well, we need the money. We don't know anybody else here. I did, however, start the session making them roll on a table from the Monty cookbook, The Weird, which is just a book full of random weird shit tables. So I had them roll on sort of the fantasy magic item table. And let's see. One of them got a... Ooh, what? Oh, damn. One of them got something that wasn't all that impressive. I think it was the Illusionist. What did he get? I forget what the Illusionists go. I think that's the only one that wasn't really that great. But the Druid got a bag. That bag had, at last count, 9 little balls of fur inside. And you may be thinking, oh, it's one of those, the bag of like animals or bag of creatures or critters. Or, I don't know, it's got a name, right? And you're thinking, okay, cool. So that's the one. And then you roll on a table and you get... you've summoned an animal from by throwing the little fur ball, and it just expands into an animal. I've seen that magic. No, this bag has 9 little balls of fur. When removed from the bag, the ball of fur, and thrown out, the ball of fur becomes an angry cat. This cat is not under your control. It's not under anybody's control. It is a cat, and it is angry, and now everybody has to deal with that. That is what that magic item does. Another player got a +1 blade, but it is in the form of a tattoo on their inner arm, and it can turn into a +1 blade, which is cool. That's the most generally useful item that they got. And then the last one, I think the gnome monk got a box of holding muffins. Just muffins. It is not a box of infinite muffins. It has the capability, the capacity to hold an infinite amount of muffins, and only muffins. But it does not currently have infinity muffins. They rolled a D100 and they got 9. So they had at the beginning of the session 9 muffins, assorted muffins. This led to a whole discussion which happened in character and which honestly I think fits the flavor of Planescape better than almost anything else I've seen, in which they went on a whole thing trying to figure out what counts, philosophically speaking, as a muffin. And they were like, if I put a ball bearing inside a muffin and then put the muffin in the box, does the box hold the muffin with the ball bearing? Turns out, yes, because this is a muffin. It's just, the muffins don't have to be edible. They just have to be muffins. The final arbiter of what is or isn't a muffin, turns out, is me as the DM in this game. But the fact that there was a whole discussion, and they were like, okay, but wait, what if you carve a muffin out of a stone? It's like, no, that one wouldn't work. It still has to. There's a certain muffinness that has to, like, certain threshold of muffinness that has to be met. Because they were like, all right, what if I just like stab a knife through a muffin, so it's just like a muffin with a knife through it? And they tried, and the box would not accept it. They were like, what if we had baked a knife into a very large muffin that could contain it? And they didn't get to try it. I was inclined to have let that work. But they're trying to figure out how they can turn this box of holding infinite muffins into just a box of holding infinite things by trying to figure out how to muffinify things. All right, so look, my players are clearly all in on the high weirdness of Planescape, because a philosophical discussion on the essential nature of what it is to be a muffin and what makes something a muffin versus not a muffin is exactly the kind of shit that would go down in the city of Sigil. Anyway, with all that in mind, they go to the Yawning Rat. They talk to the person. Oh, I forget her name. Starts with a G. Gassane, I think, something like that. And so that's their quest giver for this one. They find her after kind of trying a few other people and making some muffin sales. They needed money, and so they were like, would you like to buy a muffin? And people were like, what? And they were like, there are magic muffins. Like, what makes them magic? Well, they were in this magic box. Look, the box looks empty, but I reached inside and ta-da, muffin. Anyway, they made some persuasion rolls, and people agreed to buy their muffins for 6 silver. And then the next one for 7 silver. And they finally get to the actual quest giver. They try to sell her a muffin for a gold. She doesn't fall for it. She's also broke. She has her reasons. But they managed to get the quest, and the quest is simple. They have to deliver a scroll, which is this quest giver's final assignment, because they are apprenticed to a powerful wizard, Oriam. And Oriam, he is currently on the Infinite Staircase. The Infinite Staircase is as the name implies, a staircase that goes on forever. It is located past the gates of the moon in the realm of Selûne, the goddess, and it connects to every other plane of existence where creativity of some kind has ever existed, which means most places in existence. But there is a link there to creativity, which is important to establish now, because it will matter a lot more much later in the campaign. But anyway, so they accept the quest. They are given directions to a portal in Sigil that will take them to the gates of the moon. They find the portal. They go through it. They arrive at the gates of the moon. They meet some of the locals. They meet the shards of Selûne, who are just flighty women made out of flame and moonlight. And they manage to basically make friends with them by playing music at them. One of the characters is a bard, and the bard rolled very well on their performance check. And the shards celebrated the music and were very happy to receive the party, and led them into Argentum, which is the giant silver castle of the moon goddess, rather. And there they met the Ilendi, and the Ilendi are the protectors and caretakers of the Infinite Staircase. They are basically, they look like Nagas, they look like serpent women, except their serpent half looks, those of you of a certain age might know what a CD looks like. It's iridescent, much like a CD. And they wear these masks, and they're caretakers and protectors of the staircase, and they manage to also befriend them. They're generally a nice party. They're kind of con men, but they're nice con men. And they manage to befriend these Ilendi, and they get some tips and they get some light, and they are sent on their way from the base of the Infinite Staircase all the way up to find the Planewalkers Guild, which is supposedly where Oriam is. And they are told that it's a few landings up. The way the Infinite Staircase works is that there's a lot of stairs, funnily enough. And every so often there are landings. All of this is unsupported, right? There's no columns holding it up. They're just made of weird silvery stuff. And there are these vines everywhere. And they're told that the Planewalkers Guild is several landings up, and it should be just a safe, boring climb. And for the most part, it is. They do roll for some random encounters. They don't get anything crazy. They see like some travelers off in the distance because the Infinite Staircase gets weird. And at some points you see, other staircases kind of going around. You see people like walking, like upside down on the staircase, that sort of thing. And so but they also got a few clues of what might be ahead. They get to the Planewalkers Guild, which is just a particularly large landing on which a bunch of tents have been set up, and the Planewalkers Guild is sort of this loose confederation of adventurers who use that part as sort of a little home base in their comings and goings, and otherwise travel along the Infinite Staircase, exploring the various worlds that it connects to, etc., etc. There's a whole reason why they're not in Sigil anymore. They used to be in Sigil a long time ago, before the big factions there took over. Players don't know this yet. They don't particularly care either. Maybe they will once they join. They did show some interest in joining the guild. But first, they've got a mission to do. They ask around about Oriam. They get shuffled around. They talk to various NPCs. They befriend a few. They get some more advice. And then finally, they are led to the landing and say, hey, Oriam hasn't been seen in a few weeks. He and his girlfriend, question mark, because they seem to have a very contentious relationship, were last seen arguing as they left off of that landing, follow the stairs up. So that's the last place they were seen. Neither one of them has been seen again. So if you're looking for them, that's your best bet. Cool. The players go off to and follow the stairs, and that's when they run into their first fight, challenge, combat of the whole thing. And it is that there's a 50-foot section of the stairs that has been destroyed. They are seeing signs of damage. As they keep climbing, they're seeing signs of damage to the Infinite Staircase rather. And then they finally get to a point where there's like a 50-foot gap. But there is also, very surreal because I'm editing one of my guest appearances right now while you listen along. I am everywhere. You cannot escape me, Explorers Wanted. You cannot escape me. But yes, so they climb, they reach this, but that 50-foot gap is not empty. There are spider webs. And in fact, there are chunks of staircase that are held up by spiders, by spider webs rather, not spiders, just spider webs. And they go like, boy, I wonder if there are giant spiders on this little spider web staircase chunk. And I go, I don't know, probably. And the fact that I have some spider minis here on camera right now, probably spoiler, there were spiders. They very quickly found that because they have a druid with them, and the druid was like, "All right, cool. I wild shape into a spider, and I climb onto the spider web, and according to the description, the moment I touch the spider web, because of the vibrations on my spider feet, I know everything that is currently in contact with that spider web. And I go like, well, you are correct. That is in fact what the description says. So it turns out there are in fact 3 giant spiders, and there was one that was kind of like hiding in the middle. Like if you think of the staircase as like a straight line down the middle of this book here that I am sort of massaging as we go here. There was one right in the middle, hidden under some webs, and then there were these 2 sort of underneath the web, hiding, also waiting to ambush. And they go like, well, we got to get up there. We got to climb. So let's kill these spiders. So combat begins. They step onto the web. The illusionist casts not an illusion spell. I think he casts like a sort of cone of cold kind of thing. Rhymes freezing grasp or something like that. Anyway, it's a 30-foot cone of ice that freezes that little area. It just barely reached all 3 spiders. The spiders had begun to climb from the underside to the top of the spider web to come after the people. It does a little bit of damage. It turns that part into sort of difficult terrain for both spiders and humans. The humans start to approach. Combat begins. There's a bit back and forth. The spiders stand no chance. I keep forgetting that D&D 5e, by the way, spoilers, if you are one of my players, go away, but I am using and adapting an old D&D 2nd edition adventure campaign for Planescape called, funnily enough, Tales from the Infinite Staircase, and it is meant to be a multi-part, like an 8-part campaign. And I am adapting that to 5e. It is designed for 2nd edition. There is a modern day Infinite Staircase 5e supplement. It is not Tales from the Internet. It's not a straight up adaptation or anything. It has not been adapted to 5e. Some very good fans out there have started that work, and I thank them very much. But otherwise, I am using just a very old module and making a lot of changes to it to keep it fresh. And as the base. So if you are familiar with that campaign and those adventures, some of this may sound familiar to you as well. Anyway, I forget how much of a superhero game really 5e is compared to D&D's 2nd edition, where these 3 giant spiders should have been a substantial challenge for a group of level 3 characters. They were not. Our players had clearly played Baldur's Gate 3 because they were like, can I use my, this power that I have to shove the spiders off the web and have them fall off into the void, And I was like, oh, yeah, I guess you can definitely try, and they did. And they did more than try. They succeeded. One of them was just punched to death. The other 2 were sent falling. Now, the spiders did have a backup plan for this. The spiders had actually created a nigh invisible smaller web that was dangling beneath the main web about 20 feet down, because their plan had been to knock the characters off their web and have the characters fall into that web that was 20 feet down and get tangled in that, and then they would go and eat them later. That was the spiders' plan. The characters didn't know that other web was there, so they just thought they had knocked the spiders off, and the spiders fall into that other web, and they're going to be back up there in 2 rounds. And that's when the wizard goes like, cool, I cast Firebolt onto that smaller web. Web immediately catches on fire. Spiders are taking damage. They're trying to climb up. Chaos happens, but very quickly they manage to dispatch all 3 giant spiders. And they're like, cool, easy, no problem. They continue climbing. They have to make a couple of sort of athletics checks, a couple of constitution checks, because it's a lot of climbing, but they continue climbing, no problem. They meet some travelers, nothing crazy, all good. One of the things that they learned, because they were nice to people before, is that when you get to the various landings, and then every landing on this infinite staircase, there are usually a few doorways, and you can kind of feel some of them are active, some of them are inactive. They don't know yet what makes one active or inactive, but they are told that, hey, if the landing that you're in, or on rather, isn't brightly lit by moonlight, if it feels dark or ominous, usually that's a bad sign. Usually that means that the whatever place it's connecting to on the other side of whatever portals are there, whatever doorways are there, is a bad place, and you should be careful because things can come through those doors. So they get to a landing. They get to a landing, and it is in fact kind of dark and spooky. And they're like, oh shit, but we need to investigate. We don't know if the mage that we're looking for maybe went through one of these doors. In fact, one of them has blood stains, and there are like claw marks gouged onto the ground. They're like, clearly some kind of combat or battle happened here. And this one door has blood stains on it, like maybe the wizard went through that door. And so they declare their marching order. They open the door. They look through. Inside is what appears to be a small storage room on the other side of that door. And they're like, okay, nothing there. The storage room looks mostly empty, as some old dusty boxes and crates. So one of them ties a rope to their waist, the bard, and steps through the doorway into the room. Everybody else kind of stays behind, holding the rope just in case. And the bard steps in, and in there, it's quiet. It's silent. It's not supernaturally silent. It's just there's no like sounds of life. There's no voices in the distance, nothing like that. It's just very quiet. And so they start looking around. They don't find anything there. They do find another exit from that room. So they kind of call back and go like, hey, I'm going to open the next door. I'm going to go see what's there. So they open the next door. They look through, and they realize that they are inside of a tavern of some kind. There's a bar, and it's empty. It's dark. It's very dusty. It looks like it hasn't been used in a long time. I asked the bar to make me a perception check, which they failed with a 3. So they do not notice at all what's going to come next. And neither do you, because you weren't expecting me to go to ads in the middle of my recap of my D&D session, but it's time. It's once again time to go to ads, because it has in fact been an hour. Did I waste part of that hour ranting about video games instead of tabletop RPGs? Yes. Yes, I did. Am I sorry for that? Just a little. Am I going to make up for it? Probably not at all. Instead, I'm going to say that we'll be right back, and in 3 minutes, we'll come back from the ad zone. Bear with us. And we have returned from, I can only assume, is the ad zone. Thank you, Explorers One. That is a very wholesome image, as opposed to the bulk of the other images that I have on that little slideshow as a little treat for those of you who are subscribed. If you, dear viewer, are wondering what Explorers Wanted was talking about because you were watching ads instead of the lovely socialist slideshow that I have prepared, well, if you threw money at, well, technically at Twitch, but some of it eventually gets to me, you would also, instead of seeing ads, see a lovely socialist slideshow. Give Dan money. Exactly. You heard Explorers Wanted. Obey Explorers Wanted. Do it. Give Dan money. But yeah, no, that picture was taken, I believe, at the Brooklyn Botanical Garden. This was years ago. This was not that long after arriving in New York City, so a long time ago. And it was the cherry blossom, thing, the Japanese cherry blossom festival. And I got to take a little picture with the little cherry tree, and it was a good time. It was a good memory. And it makes me look kawaii and ooh, so it's there. Anyway, let's get back to the overhead and our recap, right? So when we last left our intrepid players, they were three of them. There's a total of four. Three of them were outside of the portal. The portal was open. The fourth one, the bard, had a rope tied around their waist, and they had walked into a room. Now let's go ahead and start the transition to Invisble Sun by using an Omega Vance spell here to represent the room that they were in, right? And we'll use this Gamma Vance spell to sort of represent the storage room, like that. There we go. Look at me. Who needs maps when you have props that are, from what I can see on display, just the wow, I wonder if it's any better. Let's see. How bad is it if I do this? Let's see. Let's see what this looks like. How bad is this? It's not. It's darker. But at least it doesn't have that horrible shine. Can I maybe get something with a little bit more contrast? How about the way? Is this the way? Is this any better? It's a little bit more contrasty. All right, so picture this. We had a character. Let's have them represented by one of these invisible sun dice, and they had come in from a doorway at the leading back into the infinite staircase, and they had looked around. Nothing here. They found a door. They went through that door. There was a big empty tavern room. Hey, Ken Doyle, welcome in, friend. Welcome in. No worries. Avowed. I actually was just going on about that at the beginning of the stream. I'm liking Avowed. How are you going? How's it treating you? Because I'm enjoying it. I'm like less than 10 hours into the game, but so far it's not blowing me out of the water, but it's a pretty game. It plays well. I've had no major issues with it, and it's definitely making me curse and be angry a lot less than Final Fantasy VII Rebirth did, which it's not hard because Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is apparently designed to anger me. It's a game specifically made and designed to piss me the fuck off. Anyway, our bard with the rope tied around it. I don't have anything that can represent the rope right now, but assume there is a rope. And the bard walks into, and it's an big empty tavern room. It's very dusty. There's nobody in there. It looks like it hasn't been touched in a long time. The windows are dirty. The light that comes from outside is gray and dishwatery. Let's see. Yes, I like it. I'm less than that as I didn't get the early access. Yeah. No, I didn't get the early access either. I got the I just got access. And the less said about how I got it, the better. I literally just started playing it yesterday. But yeah, overall I'm liking Avowed. Anyway, they are exploring this. apparently empty tavern, and they look and they find like a wine bottle, and they're like, open it, and then they go, oh, roll this, and they go like, yeah, no, it's vinegar. Like it's clearly like this place has been abandoned and empty for a long time now. Remember how before we went to break I said that I had asked for a perception roll from the bard, and they had whiffed it with a 3? Cool. Yeah. So the reason they failed that perception roll because they had been making noise, and that noise attracted these little guys. These little guys. Let's see. I wonder. Okay, now I'm going to turn the light back on because I think it might be. I don't know. Let's see how well it focuses here. So we've got these little guys. These guys are Grimlocks. I don't know how much of that detail is visible. Let me see. There we go. I have to kind of look over here so I can get a better view. But these little guys, they've got their little pot bellies and their little spindly legs and a stick with like nails through it. And I don't know if it comes through very well on camera, but they have no eyes. They're completely blind. Now, those of you who know what a Grimlock is and know why it wouldn't be just one Grimlock or 2 Grimlocks or even 3, but something closer to like 6 Grimlocks just rushing through that door to see what that sound is, right? And rushing towards our bard. Now, experienced players might be very worried. These guys are experienced players, but they're not Planescape players. They didn't know what was up. They saw these Grimlocks come in. They're like, oh no! And so the bard is like, okay, well, they don't look very tough. Do they look tough? They don't look very tough. These are relatively just small creatures. They're nasty. They look like nasty little goblins, a little bigger, like something like closer to a hobgoblin, but not quite. But just no eyes and patchy skin. And they're like, okay, we can handle this. If this is a fight, I can probably handle a couple of them while the rest of the party who was back here rushes in and helps out. And that's what they're thinking of doing. Again, experienced players may know who or what has created the Grimlocks. They were not worried. They were like, sure, we can handle this. Another fight, cool. All right, Dan is throwing more little enemies at us because he saw how we just fucked up the giant spiders that he threw at us. So Dan is here trying to like give us a slight more challenge. That's what it looks like until the individual, the creature leading that pack of Grimlocks comes into view. Now, again, quick reminder that our party currently consists of 4 level 3 adventurers. At level 3, you're capable. You're a good adventurer. You can beat a handful of giant spiders with your friends. Sure. A group of 6 Grimlocks, probably not beyond your means. You might take a hit or two, and in fact, the bard did get whacked with the Grimlock sticks a couple of times before the next thing happened. And the Grimlock sticks, they were like, hey, wait a minute. So I took 3 points of bludgeoning damage and an extra point of psychic damage? Why would I get an extra point of psychic damage? I don't know, but you do take that point of extra psychic damage. Like, that's weird. Why am I taking psychic damage? Well, that's because next round is when through the door steps this lovely individual. Look at him. Look at this guy. Okay, wait, let me get him. There we go. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, there he is. He is ripped. His arms are long. His face tentacles are face tentacling. It's a squid, an octopus for a head. Look at those lats. Look at those traps. Like, he is built. He is our little illithid friend, our mind flayer companion, our beautiful squid boy. Just the one. Just the single one steps through that door, leading his pack of Grimlocks, and takes one look at the human. Oh yeah, he is a Solilith. Welcome in, Arbaleth. Hope you're doing well. And yes, so they steps in, takes one look at the bard, and dismisses them. Just motions for his Grimlocks to go and murder the bard. My friends, I wish you had been at that table to see the absolute goddamn panic at the staircase that ensued as this group of level 3 characters is suddenly confronted with a single illithid, a single little squiddy boy. They were like, oh shit, because it had just been hitting them. It had just been hitting them why this place looked so abandoned and looked so empty, and there was no, there were no people around. It's because this doorway led to a prime material plane in which the Illithids had won. This is one of the many prime material planes that the Illithids are in complete and total control over. So this was just a casual Illithid Grimlock patrol that just happened to be going by as this bard was very loudly going through this, what they thought was a completely abandoned thing. So when it hit them, just how badly they had fucked up, and they were like, oh shit, our paid GM, we just paid this guy to murder our entire party. That's when from invisibility breaks this crazy bitch. There's no other way to say it. It's what she is. Shavanistra. So many dexterous tentacles. Yes. I mean, again. Let's just take a little look at him. Look. Let's get him. There we go. That's the right distance. Look at all those tentacles. Look at how he's got those gloves. I mean, he is dripped out. Absolutely dripped out here. I wish I had painted them. I need to get into painting minis. Is that a thing people would watch? If I set up a little painting station and start painting my minis just live on camera, is that a thing that people? I don't know. Maybe I should try it. Watch me learn how to paint minis in real time, because I also have no skill or knowledge on how to do that. Anyway, so turns out, remember how we mentioned that Oriam, the mage that they are looking for, had a crazy ex-girlfriend? This is her, Shavanistra. The weird thing is that I would watch it, but I would never do it myself. Yeah, well, hey, that's the thing. Like, if nobody's watching, I don't do things. This is how I work. This is unfortunately how my brain. Some people do, certainly. That's a nice way of saying that you wouldn't, Ken. It's all good. But I'm just trying to figure some shit out here, man. I'm just trying to. If you've been keeping an eye on my socials today, I'm going through it. I am posting through it. I'm not having a fun time in our current reality. Anyway, so this fine individual, this beautiful princess here, Shavanistra, the elven mage who had been hiding in this realm. ADHD needs high interest or a feeling of commitment to other. Exactly. I'd watch it just saying I wouldn't stream myself. Oh, I get it. No worries. But yeah, no, exactly. It's an ADHD thing. And since, as I established earlier in the stream, I've basically given up on just ever getting ADHD meds again, because I again don't know if any of you have been watching the health feeds, but turns out my our new Secretary of Health or whatever, Department of Health guy, did not go after vaccines first, as we all thought he would, but instead is going after antidepressants and just mental health medications is what they're going against. So I hope nobody in my chat is in any way neurodivergent or otherwise in need of antidepressants of any kind, because your life just fucking, yeah, he wants to send you to a wellness camp instead. Exactly. So that's gonna be Jesus fuck. Anyway, and yes, explorers wanted exactly. Yeah, free brainworms for everybody. Exactly, free brainworms. Hey, speaking of brainworms, Shavanistra here, who had not, as she pops up out of invisibility around here, calls them a bunch of clueless Burks, therefore establishing herself as a planeswalker, and then casts a spell at the moment that basically freezes, dazzles this bunch of Murlocs, of Grimlocks, and tells them to run. And they don't question this. They start to run. They have it at the rope. They pull their friend back from the rope. Then the wizard does like a blink to the door, tells now the Mind Flayer is like preparing a psychic blast, because now they're pissed. Their prey is getting away. The Grimlocks are going and rushing after. She tells them to go fuck themselves, goes to the door, closes the door, and does a set of ritual marks that effectively closes. Speaking of illithids, like is that it? Is that it? Like he's got a tadpole. We are living through the illithid takeover here in the United States. Our current Secretary of Health is a Mind Flayer. All right. It's a pre-changed Mind Flayer. If you've played Baldur's Gate 3, you know where this is going. Anyway, closes the door and they survive. So that was the combat that wasn't. I mean, initiative was rolled, but it was just a bunch of Grimlocks taking whacks at the bard, and then a illithid going in and making the party shit their pants, their collective pants, out of character, and then them effectively getting bailed out by an NPC, because if this had turned into a real fight, the illithid alone would have wiped the floor with them. Never mind that the Grimlocks would have kept them busy to allow the illithid to just absolutely destroy this poor little party of third-level characters. Anyway, speaking of brainworms, it's not just the illithid, but also Shavanistra. She is the definition of crazy ex-girlfriend. She wasn't the most stable to begin with, and her time hiding in the illithid prime, the illithid dimension here, did not do her any favors. She sincerely believes that she is a priestess of Athena, and that she and her three sisters who are with her right now, can't you see them? There they are. That's right, sisters. See, the sisters are saying hello. Anyway, she's clearly absolutely barmy, but she's also clearly a powerful mage who knows where Oriam went. Oriam, the person that they're looking for, apparently she and Oriam had an argument as they were climbing the infinite staircase. The kind of argument in which words were said. The type of words that might summon a this is the now again. I don't think any of my players are on the stream because I haven't told them that I stream. I want nobody. On the one hand, everybody should watch my stream. On the other hand, I want nobody to watch my stream. I do not want to be perceived, if at all possible. Anyway, so I'm assuming no players, but bear with me. Bear with me. Here we go. So turns out that words were said during this lovers' spat. Words that resulted in the summoning of this guy, who the players again have not seen. They will probably see in the next session. This is a Glabrezu Tanari, a demon for the uninitiated. Look at this big boy. Look at this guy. He's got the little tiny arms. Well, tiny by his standards, still bigger than yours. Trust me. He never skips arm day. Also never skips claw day or gaping maw day. Anyway, this guy, Glabresu, he is they'll meet him next game. Don't worry. He's also this guy's a boss. He could in fact probably wipe out the party, but I have toned him down a little, and mostly he's going to be hanging back and sending minions, and then once he gets hit a few times, he's going to just retreat and go like, yeah, it's not worth it, also now I know your faces, etc. That kind of vibe, like, so he can be a recurring, you know, villain. Unless they get real lucky, like if they kill this guy, I'm going to be real impressed. But I don't think, not even 5e superhero levels are going to be able to take down this guy, not at level 3. And honestly, the players are pretty smart. I don't think they're going to try and fight him directly. But anyway, point is, yeah, she may or may not have accidentally, in the heat of passion, in the heat of an argument, summoned this giant fuck-off demon, which might explain all the damage that was done to the infinite staircase outside. And last she saw Oriam, he was fleeing from the demon further up the staircase. And that's the last time that she saw him, because she was hiding. She went through there. She quickly realized that this was an Illithid-controlled prime, and therefore she hid. And she was terrified of going back out because giant fuck-off demon outside, but couldn't do anything in here because it's just this guy and this guy and 10 trillion of his closest twins, right? So really, just no wonder. I mean, she wasn't the most stable individual before, but now her mind is broken. But she's also, again, a powerful wizard, so she will act as a useful helper, I believe, for our party. And she can guide them further towards finding Oriam. And once they find, once they get closer, there are more enemies ahead. It's not going to be directly fighting this guy. There's still a few more encounters ahead, a few more little adventures to be had, which will be had hopefully next session in a couple of weeks, because that's basically, once they finally got out of there, they started climbing, they got to the next platform. It's like a good place to end. We have been going for about 4 hours at that point. Good place to end it. As they get a long rest, get their spells back, and start to plan. But anyway, that's how the D&D session went. I think it went very well. The players certainly seemed to enjoy it. They had a lot of fun with the high weirdness of it, and the infinite staircase and going around. It's kind of playing up the aspect that they are clueless primes, and they don't know what's going on. Meanwhile, everybody, like, they keep meeting people, and then they say something, and there's like a moment of silence, and the person will go like, "Ah, got it, you're clueless, aren't you?" And they're like, "God, how is it that everybody just immediately knows that we are, quote unquote, fresh off the boat?" This is because they keep saying stupid things, or at least stupid to anybody who knows the dark of things. They are the archetypal clueless, and they're so fun. They're so good. I love my players. I hope they continue having fun. I certainly have been myself, and expect another recap after the next game. But again, there's that moment around the table of realization when they saw that single Illithid walk through that door, and this little party of third level characters went like, "Oh, fuck!" It was worth like, even if they had not paid me. If they had not paid me for that session, I would have taken, again, let them not be watching because I actually need the money. But like, I could have gotten paid in just the feeling of watching them just be absolutely terrified as this cute little guy just walked through that door into the room where they were at, surrounded by nasty little Grimlocks. It was a good time all around, especially for me, because I got to terrify my players. And also, again, I am still getting back into the swing of running D&D games. It is hard to find the right balance. I think the hardest part of D&D is balancing encounters to me, because it's so easy to either just make every encounter just an absolute cakewalk, And it's so easy to, in trying to make it a little harder, instead ending up just creating just demolishing them. And you want to find that balance where they are challenged but not completely in over their heads, unless they're meant to be, like that whole illithid scene in which it was like they were meant. And I'm glad I my description and everything got through the point that's like, oh, you done goofed. This is not a fight. This is a situation which you must flee from and try to survive, not a combat encounter in which you must defeat an enemy. And I think, without saying those words specifically, I think just my description of the Illithid's arrival on the scene was enough. My cat is being so cute. Let me see if I can get her. Here she is. Hey, sweetheart. I was talking to you, and she literally, she came and she just bumped her head against my shoulder like, Father, please give me the pettings. Give me the pettings. Anyway, let me go back here. Let's see here. Interesting environments can be really hard to account for at times, especially with my dice rolls. Right, and that's the other thing. It's like, it's not just the enemies. Like, there's a CR rating, a challenge rating for enemies, but that's a vague guideline, and there's so much, the territory, the environment, the terrain. So much of the encounter can make an encounter either more difficult or more easy, regardless of the quote unquote challenge rating for an enemy. That it is hard, but that's also partially practice, right? It's just getting more into it and learning what my players are capable of, so that I know how to properly challenge them. And so, for example, like the fight with the giant spiders, I thought was going to be a harder fight. I really hadn't counted on them going full Baldur's Gate 3. Wait, I can just shove people. I can just shove things, grind them into the dust. I don't necessarily I want to challenge them. I want them to take some hits. I want them to feel like they have to work for a victory. And I think that's going to happen. There's two encounters. Again, if my players are watching, don't. But there's two encounters pending. There is the encounter with, he's got a name. It's like Grasik or something like that. I've got it written down. Also, holy shit, Obsidian. I mean, I'm a big fan of Obsidian anyway. I hadn't realized how fucking useful Obsidian is for D&D. With some of the add-ons that have been created. There's this one add-on called TTRPG CLI that basically it's a little command line application, and what it does is you point it at the 5e SRD materials. SRD is a system resource document materials that are online, and if you have, if you legally have other books that have also been released on like D&D Beyond and stuff, you basically point this script at those. By default, it's just the SRD stuff, but this SRD stuff is still a lot. And it downloads all of it, formats it into Markdown. See, that's why the best D&D DMs don't fudge the dice rolls; they fudge the monster HP. Exactly. That's kind of what I'm doing with this guy. When they meet him, he is not going to be full hit points. But yeah, so it formats the entire database into Markdown, puts it in a series of In fact, wait, I can show this. Wait, before we go in, bear with me. I'm going to show y'all what this looks like, because it's actually really cool. Let me bring up my Obsidian. It's actually really cool. Like, again, play anything but D&D for the love of God. But if you must play D&D, then use Obsidian. Use Obsidian and do the TTRPG CLI thing, because let me see here. Where are my notes for? Planescape campaign? Here we go. Okay, let me switch over to the game actually, and let me tell OBS to grab my Obsidian. There we go. And let me make obsidian a little bigger. Now, first of all, this is right here. This folder is DM folder, mechanics, CLI. So it downloads all the stuff here. Actually, I can make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Stop that. Makes it a little bit bigger here, and sorry, makes it organized. So stuff is here, like like if I want to have all the spells, there they are, just all of them, etc., etc. Fine. But here's the fun part. So if I go down to my Planescape campaign here, so I go Infinite Staircase, and I have my notes here, right? And I go like, okay, the Infinite Staircase, the giant spider. So see this giant spiders link? This links to that giant spider XMM page. And with the right set of plugins for Obsidian, you've got, it's all there. You've got all your tags. So you've got Underdark, all the terrains, and it actually formats it. This is not an image. This is a formatted, so it looks like a standard D&D like a block thing. If you look here, it's just basically YAML. So you can edit this yourself if you want to. But with the with the stat block and the right plugins, it does a few fun things. Like, not only is my thing here, you'll notice it's already generated hit points. If you hover here, it shows you the hit dice and it shows you the exact rolls. You can click on it and you see dice pop up on your Obsidian, and it shows you the results, and then it updates here. It's got your attacks, and you can again just click to hit. That was an 11 because it's rolled a 6 plus 5, so it handles all the attacks, and then you can roll your damage, and there it is. There's the damage right there, plus everything else. There's a poison damage, all this stuff, and this is all free. This is all just Obsidian plugins. It all works within Obsidian. It's all downloaded locally. Right, once TTRPG downloads all the material, it's formatted, so it's just everything is here in this. That was not what I wanted. Oh shit! Oh I fucked up. I just dragged a folder into. I'll fix it. Shit. Which one was it? Oh boy. Races. God damn it. Oh, I just fucked up. I hit Control Undo. Maybe I didn't do it. Here's all the books. Maybe I didn't drag it. Anyway, point is all this stuff. And then stuff like, restrained. What that mean? Look, hover over it. There it is. That's what restrained does. So I don't have to search through the books and go like, wait, what exactly does restrained mean? Wait, what does it mean? Vulnerability to fire mean? There it is. What does immunity mean in the game? That's what it means. Tells you even what book it's from in the page. And so the same thing with all the other ones. So if I go to the bestiary and I bring them in there, there's they're already separated here. But also, if go back here, so let's go back to the other here, and let's actually let's just create a new note, and I go test note for D&D, and I go, all right, so they have a group of, and this is what they're going to be meeting next session, right? They're going to go T10 and then just the mains. There we go. There it is. It's this one. Boom. That's the monster, right? And now it's right there, and I can click on it, and there's the monster they're going to meet. There's all the stats, etc., etc. It's immediate. So it's like, if you know what you're looking for, if you're searching, and at the same time, and then when my players would go, I cast Rhymes Freezing. Go, okay, wait, Rhymes Binding. Yes, there we go. Rhymes Binding Ice. There's a spell, and just as you type it, it's there. Now I can go in, and there's the full spell. There's all the specs for it. There's everything else, just easily right there, already being pulled up from the whole, from the SRD, all the official stuff. Right? It's really cool. It makes, and then on top of that, there's like a plugin that I didn't use during which is where is it? Is it this one? There's a creature pane, which I haven't. So I think if you do this, like an aboleth, for example, yeah, exactly. You can have a little creature pane on the side if you just need to look up, which again, that's another thing. Instead of the manas, you can just kind of look up a creature as you go. Have this here and have them just a little pane with monsters. that you can look up. There is also an initiative tracker, encounter builder thing, so you can basically add your players, set up the stuff, add monsters, and then that shows up over here on the initiative tracker once you properly set it up. Let me actually close the monster thing. Can I close it here? I think I can just close it. Yeah, no, I think I might have to expand here. There we go. Again, I don't have this fully set up because I haven't created them yet, but basically you can add in your monsters and have the initiative, and it'll roll for everything. So you have an initiative tracker. It actually kind of helps you build the encounter based on the official D&D, CR math to tell you how, how well balanced your encounter should be. Like the D&D nerds, there's a full dice tray, of course, for classic dice rolling, as well. Like the D&D nerds have made a lot of stuff for D&D to work with Obsidian. Is it easy to set up? Not necessarily. Let me actually pull up the page. Let me go to here. Do I still have it open? Do I still have TTRPG CLI open? I might. Okay, yeah, so it's this one. Let me switch over. Let me switch to my browser. There we go. So this is the page. This is the page that you need. If you're going to do this, if you're interested, if you're going to be running a D&D game at all, don't run something else. But if you are going to run a D&D game, this is the way. This is the way to do it. I wish I still had it back when I was still doing exactly D&D games. I honestly love seeing your excitement about these features. They are super cool. That's the thing. It's like I'd rather be running something else, but if I'm gonna be running D&D, I might as well like take advantage of the really cool stuff that's out there, right? Like exactly, and who needs D&D Beyond? Like this is, and again, it's completely free. It's local, so you don't even have to be online. But it is a process. Like there's a whole page about how, hi cat. No, don't turn on Carre browsing. But you've got a whole set of instructions like, okay, here you go, download this, do this, install Git. You're gonna clone the whole thing down. You're gonna install some templates and stuff. It walks you through the whole process. There's some manual configuration that needs to be done. This is where you would add extra books if you have them, etc., etc. And then the other, how to add more content. How to, the images, and then how to install the dice roller, fantasy stat blocks plugin, etc., etc. It walks you through the whole thing. So again, just if this is something that you're interested in, just search for this TTRPG Convert CLI, 5e specifically. I don't know if there's another version, but that's primarily the one that it's there, because that's what it does. It's just a script that downloads the SRD material and formats it for use within Obsidian and then these other plugins. Obsidian immediately becomes your best tool for running this game. The only thing that makes me sad about this is that I wish there was stuff like this for some of the other games, right? And D&D has the resources. It is what cat. Jesus Christ. She just knocked a spider off the table. Anyway, D&D has all the resources, so of course that's why stuff like this. There isn't like it's called TTRPG Convert, as if it was available for other games. Technically, it is community supported games. Like, see, there's Pathfinders, there's Starfinder. Older versions of D&D. There's Stars Without Number. There's Old School Essentials. Actually, wait, no, I was wrong. I was about to say you're not going to see a cipher, but look, there's actually a cipher system one. Oh, we should try this Cipher SRD Markdown. Hey, Explorers Wanted. Check it out. Hey, thanks. I'm glad you checked it out. Yes, Stream Elements, thank you for shouting that out. I normally have to do that manually, but every now and then Stream Elements remembers to advertise me. And yes, I'm glad you like the games that I've listed. I've it's currently Fabula Ultima, Chronicles of Darkness. I do plan, since now that I've gotten a little bit more into it and a little bit more back into the D&D sort of frame of mind, I might offer a couple of Planescape D&D games on SPG as well, just because D&D is what sells, unfortunately, and I need to book some stuff. Those of you who've been keeping an eye on my social media, and by the way, that's another thing that I got to remember. There are my socials for anybody who might be watching and for some reason hasn't followed my socials yet. Anyway, if you're following my socials again, I'm kind of posting through it right now. I'm times are tight, and I am at the point where I probably will need to get some kind of gainful, actual grown-up employment again, and it's killing me. It's killing me. I so don't want to go back. I'm sincerely considering, like, can I just work at a supermarket? Can I just do like something real basic so that I don't have to go back into corporate IT again. Also, I say as if I could just go back, right? It is fucking so hard to find a job right now, period. So, but also like, sure, going back into IT was killing me. Homelessness would probably kill me faster. And my savings are at a again, not to get too real on y'all, but some decisions might need to be made sooner rather than later. So point is, I need to post more games because I need to do stuff. And look, I'm really good at this. I'm really good at running games for people. I would love to get more, to get hired for more games. I know it's hard, but folks, feel free to promo me, like sell me to your friends, sell me to your enemies. Let people know. And if you know anybody in New York City and has friends, I can even do it in person. And as you've seen, I provide minis. In fact, this one last thing I'm going to show y'all is so I printed out what is a service I provide for my players is that I will go, hey, once we've made characters, go to all something like Hero Forge or there's a couple of websites where you can basically design your own mini, and then you can download for free the STL file. And I go like, hey, send me the STL file. I'll print out a custom mini for you for your character. And I do that. And I printed out the base minis, and my players who I gave the minis to got together on their own a weekend ago and painted them. And let me see if I can actually pull that up. I don't. Yeah, okay. I can pull it up by doing this. I don't want to. Sorry, I'm just being careful because I don't want to accidentally. Okay, here we go. So let me share out my Discord real quick. Is that working? Maybe not. I don't think it is. I don't think it likes grabbing Discord. Can I make game capture be Discord? Maybe. Let me go back. Okay, you're the browser. Stay there. You. Oh, you don't see Discord at all on this one. That's so weird. Capture specific window. Huh. So apparently the only one that would cap this is this one. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, that was weird. I don't know why it wasn't showing. Anyway, they painted their minis, and I think they look pretty dope. These are the minis that I 3D printed for them, which is a surprising amount. Again, 3D printing is dope. The level of detail you can get on a relatively cheap, like, I was surprised. The only reason I have one is because how cheap they were. So this is our bard. This is the one that got whacked by the Grimlocks. And here's our illusionist. And our illusionist has a blonde mustache and buns, and is casting. See a little illusion there of the background. And yeah, the others are still working on their minis, but I was just tickled pink. I was so happy when they showed hey, check these out. We painted our minis. they're so cool and made me so freaking happy to see that. All right, let's go ahead and swap out from here. There we go. And anyway, all of that to say that I had a good time. I had a good time with the D&D game. I've yet to talk about the official topic of today's stream, which is of course ranting about Invisble Sun. But here's the problem with that. I don't know if you're going to you might notice a small hiccup with my current setup that I'm not sure will allow me to do this. Now, if we switch over to the overhead here, you might notice there's a certain something that appears to be just blocking. Okay, there we go. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you for keeping the book nice and warm for us, for our viewers. Thank you, Explorers Wanted. Really appreciate that. And again, also, like, when you go to the profile, you can also just book custom games. So if somebody has, is not interested in Fabula Ultima or Chronicles of Darkness, that's fine. I have so many games that I can run. Again, I'm probably going to post some Planescape ones. I am debating whether to maybe try a Triangle Company campaign too. I am running a Triangle Company campaign for Fandible. Again, another quick reminder there. I have buttons that I press for this stuff. So if anybody on stream does not know about Fandible, the best and longest running tabletop actual play podcast that nobody's ever fucking heard of, because we are so bad at marketing. I'm part of that, and it's not out yet. It will be out in the coming weeks. But I have started a full Triangle Agency campaign, and yes, Explorers want to thank you so much. I've hinted before that I played as a guest player for a Triangle Agency game, but I hadn't said that. Oh, no, actually, no. I said that I had appeared as a guest with your podcast, Explorers Wanted. Also a great podcast, folks. Check out Explorers Wanted, explorerswanted.fm. If you're interested at all in really honestly, my personal opinion, I may be biased because they are dear friends, but also I've listened to other Numenera and Cypher System podcasts, and I sincerely believe, beyond just their friends and I'm hyping them up, I sincerely believe they are the best Cypher System, Numenera especially, actual play podcast out there. Period. Top of the line. Daniel Anderlich is an amazing GM. The players are incredible. Huge fan. It's been an honor that I've actually gotten to guest a couple of times for their show. And so very recently, yes, I got to be. I hadn't officially said anything because I didn't until it was official from you folks. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't know maybe it's going to come out in November, and I don't want to say hey, it's coming out any moment now. But yes, I got to be a guest player for a Triangle Agency one shot over on Explorers Wanted, and apparently it's coming out this week. So folks, definitely check out Explorers Wanted, and when that comes out, I will be hyping it also on my socials. I'm not gonna hit the socials button again. I try to only hit the buttons once an hour because this is why I'm bad at marketing, because I hate marketing. I hate marketing myself. I hate having to promo myself. It just feels so awkward, even though I know it's necessary. But anyway, point is, yes, I will definitely hype up that appearance because it was a good time. And having played it, then now I'm GMing a Triangle Company long-term campaign actually for Fandible. Following Daniel, I don't know if you got just the Triangle Agency book or if like me, you got the full kit, the entire normal briefcase set. So I'm basically I'm just going to go ahead and use the book. Yeah, you got the full thing. All right, so I'm basically using the adventure book. So the first one that they'll get is the first one that's in the book. And I'm just gonna, I'm gonna have fun with it. I'm gonna have fun with just running through the various situations and everything. And yes, I got to read some of the awesome GM stuff. And I'm also if there's one thing I can say I love about Triangle Agency, it's that entire play to play, the play to play thing, which is like stuff in the book is quote unquote locked. There's nothing physically stopping you from doing it. You can just kind of cheat yourself and just read through everything. But I think it's more fun both as a player and as a GM to just play the game as intended, play the game that Triangle Agency wants to be, and it's one of the first games that I've seen that has an entire, like, being a GM, being in Triangle Agency, you are also kind of a player. The GM section is a little fourth wall breaky, but at the same time, it's because the fourth wall also exists within the game, and so there's like a fifth wall. It's absolutely, it's incredible. It's well done, and so I'm doing it that way. There's so much stuff that I have not seen, that I have not looked at, that I will not look at until we get to, because there's stuff that gets revealed to the GM about the nature of the game and the nature of the things that are happening to the players and everything as as you go, as the game is played. You play to play. It's so well done. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant design, and I am consumed as always with jealousy that I did not think of it first. But it's a great game, and if you all want to get your first taste of that, in fact, I have to check what we're gonna be putting out this Friday or Saturday, because now I'm wondering if we inadvertently are going to be also basically coming out with our first Triangle Agency session just when you guys are, not planned on purpose. I don't know if it's coming out this week or not. I don't do the editing, so I'd have to check with Jesus or David and see, but that'd be kind of amusing. Also, Express Water, thank you so much for the sub, by the way. I hadn't realized you just resubscribed. 32 months, holy shit. Thank you so much for your commitment, your loyalty, your steady support. Sincerely appreciated. Thank you so much. Let me see. Yeah, the playwall concept. The playwall concept is so cool, and it's forever GM. I didn't have to wait long to read it all. Hell, my daughter read the whole thing for fun. She loves it all. Yes. Tell David I'll break his legs if it's this week. I'll see what I can do. I don't know if it's coming out this week or if it's coming out next week, but it's coming out soon. Because we don't have that much of a buffer these days. It used to be that we would record a game, and the game would then come out like a whole, several months after we recorded it, because we had months and months of buffer. But as time has gone on, as life has happened, that buffer has dwindled and dwindled and dwindled, to the point where, we have been posting a little late. Like, we haven't missed weeks yet. I think we're still at the point where we haven't ever officially completely missed a week. We posted late, but I don't think in like the 15 plus years we've entirely missed a week. But we've come real close over the past couple of months. We've come real close to having to skip a week. Or it might even have happened. I'm not paying that close attention, unfortunately. I'm kind of focused on my own survival these days. But still, that buffer has dwindled to the point where we're finally, if we haven't broken that streak already, we're about to. So yeah, we're keeping up, but it's been close. A few episodes have come out, they usually come out on Friday. A few have come out on Saturday, Sunday. I think one came out the Monday after. But they've come out, and that's not on me. I cannot take any good responsibility for that. That's Dave and Jesus, and honestly, they're kind of guilty of me to get to editing. I'm not good at audio editing. I'm bad at audio editing. I'm okay at video editing. I just, oh my god, it's one of the things I hate the most in the world, audio editing. But I might have to. So you have an app that tracks all the APs that you're interested in. Oh, good. we'll see. We'll see how long we can keep up this streak. There's a lot of things. 2025 is a trying year in oh so many ways, and being able to keep up with our what we want to do creatively is one of those things that has been difficult. But folks, you know what's not hard? That's right. It's going to ads. Going to ads is so easy for me anyway, because all I have to do is press a couple of buttons, and you get a slideshow, and other people get ads, and I get to just stretch my legs, get some water for 3 minutes, and come back. That said, as stated before, you could follow Explorers Wanted's advice and give Dan some money, and if you do that, instead of ads, you'll get a lovely socialist slideshow, including a beautiful picture of me tenderly caressing a cherry tree, a cherry blossom tree, the blossoms of a cherry tree. Anyway, folks, we do have to go to ads. It has been an hour, and I swear, I promise, you have my word that I will, once we get back from these ads, I will, in fact, talk about Invisible Sun, which we technically should have done before, but before, because it's technically what we're here for. But time do that. Time do be like that. So let's take care of these ads. We'll come back in 3 minutes. Explorers Wanted. Current Fandible duration is 49 days, almost 50, 49, almost 50, almost exactly 50 days by like barely just over 5 minutes. We will have hit 50 full days of audio. So folks, again, if you've got nothing better to do, if you got 50 solid days, 50 24-hour days to do, in which you plan to do nothing, not even sleep, you could get through our entire backlog. I wouldn't recommend it. A lot of the older stuff is not great. A lot of the newer stuff is made at best. But it's there. It's there. And it's the reason none of us will ever be able to run for public office. Fandible median episode length is 1 hour. Yeah, they used to be a lot longer. They used to be a lot longer, and then we kind of cut them down to like 45 minutes to an hour. Mostly as a way to extend the buffer, and also because we realize people don't like it when the episodes are too long. So it works out. Anyway, I'm getting distracted from the distraction, from the sidebar that is a distraction, that is a derail, that is a side discussion from the actual thing that we're doing, all of which leads to it's ad time. We'll be right back. Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. Welcome back. We survived the goal. We survived the ads. We survived the capitalism zone, and now we're here. We're back. We're gonna talk about this shit. We're gonna talk about Invisible Sun. Let's see. Can I keep this current level of non-lighting going? What happens when I open this book? What does it look like? I'm scared. It's visible. It's so dark. No, I think I need to turn on the light. I think I need to turn on the light. Let's go. Let's see here. That's shiny, but better. You know, it is what it is. Okay, when the camera is like this close, it's fine. It's fine. I need to move the Testament of Suns again. Honestly, out of all the sex toys that I have received as part of a tabletop RPG, I think this is the most memorable one. Again, those of you, anybody out there, you would be more worried if I could see you. So would I. I would be concerned about what's happening if I could see my viewers. Again, do not perceive if at all possible. But again, any fellow Invisible Sun Black Cube owners, this is the best part of this. So you can kind of shake hands with your own little prop here. One of my favorite things about the Testament of Suns. But I'm going to put the Testament of Suns aside to see where the hell we left off. So we left off with the various secret souls, which is the part of your character sheet it's literally the only use you have for it, right? I mean, that's the thing, like with Invisible Sun, like it's a game that really wants to be played at a table. It wants to have these physical things. It wants to hold your cards. I want to hold your cards. It wants this. It wants to live at your table, displaying creepy cards to your players. And then you make decisions and you swap them out, and that's the title card, and you swap them out, and it's like, oh, this just came up, it's the adept card, oh, what could that mean? And then later, like, oh no, I pull another one, and now it's the banished serpent. Oh, what could that mean? And it affects your magic, and affects your stats and your whatever. Look, I get it. It's a cool mechanic, but it's a game that very much wants to be played in person, and in the plague year of 2025, in person is the exception, not the rule. Exactly. None of my tabletop RPG friends are local and refuse to engage with the outside world otherwise. Same, brother, same. All right, so we looked at the Secret Soul, which is the part of your character that's apparently not in the character sheet and never will be, and it's not supposed to be, because as the name implies, it's secret. And everybody has one of these 13 secret souls, and technically you're a member of a secret soul society, but not if you don't want to be, but technically you are. This game loves its secrets, exactly. And we looked at a few of these, and they have different powers, they have different abilities. Like, for example, the Silver Star. So all of them have a thing. You can call upon your Secret Soul Guardian for Secret Soul assistance, for a gift. And when you do that, you get something. You get a little sort of a get out of jail free card. But anybody who is watching you when you do that now knows what your secret soul is, making it less of a secret. The reason you keep it a secret is because if somebody knows what your secret soul is, they might be able to use certain types of magic on you, etc., etc. It's considered gauche, For example, a Silver Star, your gift is that all your defenses gain +3 until the sun next sets, and you are instantly transported home if you wish it. Literal get out of jail free card. Meanwhile, something like the Abyss. Its gift is that one NPC that the character touches is consumed utterly and forever. Which again, kind of a crazy thing to have, but that means that people will know that what your secret soul is. Nobody wants that. Cool. let's move on. Let's move on. Now is your foundation. Now we get to the part where you are technically supposed to think about the rest of the party, which, you know, seems rude to have to think of other people, and yet. And let's see here. So I'm gonna kind of skip and dance through some of this. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but let's see here. So first of all, your foundation is sort of a core personality, right? We already saw, you know, if you thought that stuff like the going all the way back here to the not the order, but not the skills, not the stats, but your heart, which should be over here, right? No. Yes. Oh yeah, because the order is your first thing. Your heart comes after. Right. So your heart should be around here. No, we're still looking at goetics and stuff. Where is it? My precious. There we go, your hearts, right? So you've got your gallants, your stoics, your empaths, and your ardents. If you thought that was kind of an MBTI thing, well, that's the 8 foundations are MBTI plus, or maybe whatever other, you know, personality measuring thing you want to do, right? Foundation, as it states in the book, is the bedrock upon which your character is built. It involves character personality, background, home, family, connections, and knowledge of secrets in the world. It is the nurture aspect of your character, while all the other parts, heart, order, forte, and secret soul, are the nature of it. And it has a little note here. Your foundation has helped to shape who you are today. All your past experiences have contributed to who you are. While you already have been thinking about personality in terms of heart and the other aspects of your character, now is the time to weave in your background and finalize the kind of character you are. Obviously, personality is not a game mechanic. While consistency is important, personalities change over time because experiences continue to shape you. It's not just the past experiences that do that, but the present ones as well. Seeing your character change and hopefully grow over the course of play is an important part of Invisble Sun. That part's what the character arc system is all about. Personality will help you choose the right character arcs for you and guide you your whole career. And we'll get to arcs because there's a whole thing with arcs there as well. So the 8 foundations. Choosing your foundation, 5th step of character creation, and your foundation is expressed as an adjective. It doesn't describe the character as a whole, but rather their background and current circumstances. Past and present, it is possible the circumstances of a character can change, but the foundation still describes their origins and background, no matter what happens in the future. So what could those foundations be? Well, we've got 5. We've got established, itinerant, connected, erratic, mendicant, iconoclastic, stalwart, and bizarre. And each foundation offers 3 things. It basically determines your income, your initial savings, your hidden knowledge, your house, your connections, your initial motivations, and some possible starting character arcs that you can consider if this is your foundation. As the Explorers 1 says, character arcs are such a cool concept in Invisble Sun and Cypher, but it's tricky to GM well over the course of a long campaign unless you take a lot of notes. Yeah, it is a lot of work. Like I love the concept of them because it's sort of like this is the kind of story that I want to tell with my character, and here are sort of the beats that you want to hit. But yeah, it is kind of challenging to then like guide the story while not necessarily railroading your characters into a specific story, despite the fact that they're basically telling you that is what they want. They want this type of story to go with their character. It's an interesting concept. But yeah, as a long-term GM thing, it is definitely going to be a lot of sort of housekeeping that comes with. I also find that players have a hard time defining arc goals. Well, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. A lot of players were like, I don't know my character yet. I won't know what arc and what type of story this character is going to go until I've played them. Like I fall into that a lot, right? Like I don't really know who my characters are very well until I played them a little and I go like, oh, okay, this character's a dick, or this character's really helpful, or this character actually really cares about this, or this. Because like that's part of the fun of playing them for me, that I'm discovering new things about my character as I go on, rather than having that all that predefined before. So yeah, it is a little tricky. I do love the idea, but it is a little tricky. So let's see. Let's take a look at some of these. Basic basic foundations. So you've got established. If you're established, you have a home of your own and are connected to others. This is the most common foundation among Visle. See, and also in some cases you have to shoehorn them into an arc if they don't commit. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's like if they're not sure, you kind of have to force them. You kind of like, it's part of the game. So it is a tricky mechanic. Look, we're trying to establish or discover or figure out if Invisble Sun is a good game. And I still don't have an answer for that. I don't think it is, but I also don't think it isn't. Invisble Sun is a lot, is what it is. Is it a good game? I'm not sure, because I haven't really gotten to play enough of it to properly judge it. It's a game. It's an aspirational game. It is a game that wants to be played, but is such a hard sell. Such a hard sell for a lot of players, which is a shame. It's a shame because there's so many interesting ideas here, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, you know, like your players are not going to read all 4 of these books, nor should they, honestly. But they're still not going to read even enough of one book to really get into it. Let's see. It's so hard. Every campaign of it I've run has either had to resolve early or has petered out. Yeah, again, it's one of those things where it's like, unless you have that full buy-in, unless you have a full table of 3 to 6 other players who are all just all in, they're like, yes, this is what I want out of a tabletop RPG. This is experience that I want. It's really hard. It's really hard because it's such a departure from a lot of the classic RPG stuff, and what this game kind of wants you to do, which is much more of a collaborative storytelling thing than I think it even realizes it's actually doing. But yeah, so on that note, again, established, you kind of have a home of your own, your basic income, 50 crystal orbs, initial savings of 100, you have 10 points of hidden knowledge to start with, you have a prominent, large, or unique home, level 3. There are mechanics for home creation, by the way, and we'll see those soon enough. And there are augments that you can then buy to improve your home and stuff. There's a lot of interesting stuff with homes in this game as well. That is. So here's okay. Wait. I need to pause here before we keep going, because here's kind of a thing that keeps coming to mind when I think of Invisble Sun, and that is that it's the kind of game that I think 3 to 4 forever GMs would have a blast playing together. Yes, Explorers Wanted. I think you kind of hit the nail on the head on that one, in that it is a game. It's not, I described the whole, I was just describing just minutes ago. You remember back when I was talking about my Planescape game, right? And that Planescape is a proto-Invisble Sun, right? Invisble Sun owes a lot to Planescape. Let's be clear. I mean, look, Monty Cook was deeply involved with the original Planescape setting back in the 90s, and it shows. And so Invisble Sun owes a lot of its DNA to Planescape. Just the concept, like Sigil and the city of the city of Saturn. like they are sister cities. Yeah, Monty Cook loves to revisit his old ideas, and I mean that in a good way. Mostly in a good way, not always in a good way, but you know, like Monty and I look. I love Monty Cook. I love his work, but also I have my gripes with Monty Cook. Not chief among them. I gave you so much money for this game. Get me players. You know what? If you spend, that's what Monty Cook needs to do. All right, Monty, you want players to, you want to sell more copies of Invisble Sun. You want to get more suckers to give you hundreds of dollars for just all these cards and objects of power and incantations and books and custom dice and these little happy blocks that I just spilled all over because I hadn't close this bag properly because I'm a dork. Monty, is this what you want? Cool. I just gave you a couple of $100. In addition to all this stuff, it should also have some matchmaking. It should automatically come with 3 to 6 people in my area that also want this. You know. That's look, I know I'm asking for something that's not actually possible. I don't care. This is what I want. I can't play your game if I can't find 3 to 4 other forever GMs that are also like, all right, let's all GM together. Because I think that's basically what Invisble Sun in a weird sort of way is. There is an expectation for every player to sort of be a GM a little. You know, it's not about, for example, again, the Planescape campaign that I was talking about, they're adventurers, they're going on quests, they're getting errands and you know, and quests and stuff, and they are going on adventures and they're getting paid and stuff, and their motivation is just to be an adventurer, right? And sure, they have stories of their own and everything, but at the end of the day, it's D&D. Invisble Sun very much kind of wants you to come in, especially the actual GM of the game, really sort of wants you to come in with no plan. It gives you this setting, it gives you the super detailed setting, and it goes books and books and books of setting stuff. Worlds, NPCs, factions, all this stuff. And then it goes, ignore all that for now, and let's just make a set of characters. And it's going to be a very involved character creation, very detailed character creation. And then the game itself is you're helping the players tell the story of their characters, and everything in Invisble Sun should, and honestly, this is not the worst idea. On the contrary, I think it's to a point, it's a good approach for almost any tabletop RPG. But in this one, it's writ large, right? In this one, like, that's the whole point of it, is that there is no campaign, there is no external story that is being told necessarily. Everything, and I mean everything, should flow from your characters' stories, their arcs. Like everything, it's about the character. You're telling the story of the characters. And as you create everything, as they create their characters, then you as the GM, that they're basically telling you, this is the game we want to play. So that's why when you create, like, there's this whole thing about the houses, and it really has these detailed houses, because it really is the story of just these individuals and their home and their stuff and their neighborhoods. And you're not necessarily, like, yes, you probably are, especially as the game goes on, and depending on the arcs, you're going to, like, be visiting the other suns, and you might be go to different parts of the city of Saturn. You might even travel overland to some other places. But for the most part, it's meant to be just an almost, local story of just like these guys and their neighborhood and the weird shit that happens to them in their weird neighborhood because they're weird guys. That's honestly, like, for such a cosmic game, I think it also wants to just be this really cozy local, just the stories, and the casual encounters and the personal struggles of these characters that we're creating, more that than, like, overarching, oh, a threat to Saturn, oh, the red and blue suns are crashing together, will this create some kind of new purple sun, like crazy stuff like that, right? So let me catch up with Chad real quick. Let's see here. Monty Cook, he's a great game designer, but dear God, never let him pitch his games. Every time they had to have him do the pitch videos, they kiss him. Yes, you are correct. You're correct, Monty. Stick to writing, get off the camera. Let's see. I bought the Employers Wanted Crew, the Visley kits, to encourage it, but even that home game suffered from people not being able to commit to that level for a non-recorded game. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the level of commitment required to properly play this game. The thing is, like, this is a game that unless you commit to the bit, unless you kind of give it 100%, it's not going to really give you anything special. I think it has the potential to give you something really special if you've got players who have that buy-in, who have that 100% commitment. I think it can do some amazing things, but you have to have that commitment. So what I say, that I loved our short adventure that you were part of. Yes, this was years ago, viewers. I did get to, Dan Anderlich ran the sort of it was a short camp. It was a very short, it was not a campaign, it was like a short arc. I think we had like 2-3 sessions at most. It was a lot of fun. As you say. I also loved it, but I feel like the conclusion was rushed. The first session concept really created something memorable that I circled back to fondly. Exactly. That's the thing. Like, that first session, that character creation, that world creation, that city, house, room, and like you said, it's a love letter to people that love character creation. It kind of is like that first session where you're all going around the table, creating that world and adding ideas back and forth and getting weird with it and embracing the weirdness really is amazing. It's wonderful. And maintaining that throughout an entire campaign is a lot of work. It's a lot of work because it's basically eternal. You're just constantly, you're forever creating your character. That's really what this game is about. You just constantly, you start with that. Mr. Noodles. Oh my God, that was such a good adventure. It was such a good. It was a good time. It was a good time. We really did have a good time with that. I miss it. But also, like, yeah, if you want to keep it going, it requires a level of buy-in and commitment that is, you're just not going to get very often. So it at the end of the day, it just becomes this like art piece. It really is an art piece kind of game. It's just like, look at all this stuff. Look at these fancy dice. Look how detailed and fancy and pretty they are. Look at these things that I've been fidgeting with. They're not fidget toys. They're part of the game. They're wicked keys, and they exist as in-game, out-of-game objects, and they have in-game, out-of-game effects, and they are metal, and they are shiny because this game, again, wants you to be around a table with all your friends. And I have... do I have it here? Where is it? Oh my God, no, I think it's in another room, but I also have yet another. Oh no, wait, no, that key is not part of this. Never mind. It is part of one of my tarot decks. But I have a key that looks like a wicked key that came with one of my tarot decks that I occasionally wear around my neck, and I am not wearing right now. But anyway, look at the table. Imagine you're sitting at the table, and your GM hands you this beautiful metal key, shiny and gold, or shiny and chrome in some cases, right? And it's this beautiful, weird little object And then they tells you like you can give that back to me, and it will solve one. It will open one door. Basically, it will solve one problem. It will remove one obstacle. But then it comes back, and it's like, yeah, because the tactile. Oh my god, I keep dropping them. Where to go? Where to go? Where to go? Why is it so dark in here? Found it. Found it. Anyway, like at the table, like the tactile of this, exactly, fidgeting with it, and then being told that you kind of have to give it up. Like that's going to be a different experience when you have a physical object that you have to surrender, versus just like it's there's a tick on a character sheet online, right? When it's a physical object at your table, I think players are going to hang on to them. I think a little bit more. It's a different experience. Again, this is a game that, and I've said it before, and I'm repeating it. It literally fetishizes the physical around the table aspect of it. That's what this game wants to be above all else. And it's not that it's unplayable, online. In fact, it has certain parts of it that are specifically designed for sort of offline or asynchronous play. But at its core, this game really, really, really wants a group of players around a table, playing with keys, playing with little wooden blocks, playing with with these unique. Look at this. Look at this. Let me bring up these character sheets and all this other stuff. Right? It has grimoires. It has this thing which I thought was a game board, and apparently it's just a warning sign. It's got this Maker's Matrix thing. Look at the character sheets. Like the Vance character sheet, the classic sort of wizard is very straight-laced, very classic character sheet. You got these boxes, you got space, and it's a ruled paper that you can't quite see it probably here on camera, but it's got little lines, and it's this little booklet, and it's got these clear boxes where everything goes. My contacts and responsibilities in the order, meaningful items, people I know, all this stuff, good solid stuff to keep track of because you're advanced and you're very organized. Then you've got your makers, right? This is the makers? Yeah, the makers. Makers, very similar, but a little bit more artistic. There's little details on the corners here, a more playful font, but still like your boxes. But now, compare the injuries. See how in the Vance one, they're very straight-laced, very, just a little set of boxes, one following one another. But for the makers, we're seeing a little bit more, a little bit more artisticness, a little bit more design work, because the makers are like that. There's a little bit more flourish to it. And then you've got the weavers. And now the weavers are going in a completely different direction. The weavers are now, this is a much more fluid, almost organic. They look like threads. Not everything necessarily is in the most obvious place, but it still flows. Like the visual design of the character sheet. And then once you go inside, look at this. Like it's not squares anymore. It's just vague areas that sort of merge together and are woven together. Look at how the wounds are, the little circles for everything. It's still the same amount of material, but now again the character sheet itself flows with the vibe of the game. Then you've got the goetics, and the goetics, now we've got a whole bunch of circles because the goetics are summoners, and so everything is like inside of a summoning circle. All the stats are circles, the appearance, PC bonds, all the stuff is inside of multiple summoning circles that are stacked on one another, that are next to one another. They're still ordered. But it fits that vibe of like they're all about summoning. And finally, then we've got the apostates, and the apostates don't even have labels. Hashtag no labels. Like it looks hand drawn. It looks just like dirty and scrawled, and there's just space for stuff, and there is no guidance, there are no labels. It is just, you're an apostate, figure it out. Here's some stuff, here's some space for you to work with. Go for it, you rebel. Like, the level of design that went into all of this is ridiculous. Ridiculous. And so much of this is lost on a purely just digital format. Even if you give your players digital PDF sheets to fill out that look like this, because of the nature of PDFs, it's always going to be squares. It's always going to be listen. So Vance and Vance and Maker don't suffer that much from it. But all the Weavers, the Goetics, the Apostates are going to suffer from that because, again, you're not getting kind of the quote-unquote full experience. This game wants the physical, wants you to be there, fetishizes it. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Yeah, exactly. Fetishize is exactly the right word. Can't remember if it was the origin of character portfolio, but it definitely was thought of at the same time. Yep. Now, this is my dude. At some point, we need to record a purely GM discussion about the various. We anytime, man. Anytime. You tell me when. I usually have nothing but availability, and if I don't, I can usually make it work at some point. So no, I am down. You say when, my friend. You're definitely your schedule is a lot busier than mine. So going back to the point at hand, I've got a sleepy kitty over here. Hey, kitty. Hi, I see you over here. I see you. Are you going to step on the book? You might. There she goes. Step on me, Daddy. No, so she's just sitting on the book. Cool. It's just the cat now. That's just, again, you don't get this online. Like, y'all are like, okay, cool. There's a cat, right? It's very cute. Look at her go. She's so pretty. But in person, around the table, you would be able to pet the kitty. You can't pet the kitty online. See, that's the problem. That's the problem with the internet. You can't actually pet the cat on the internet. And Monty Cook knows that. Hey, sweetheart. Hi. If I just fed her, this would all stop. That's all she wants. She wants to be fed. Her food time is at 6 p.m. It's currently 5:39, and she, like, during the next ad break, sweetheart, you will get fed. And once she gets fed, she's like, I've been fed, and then she goes and she naps. She doesn't bother me for like an hour or two after I feed her. So I could just feed her and not have to somehow try and get her off my books. But she's like, no, Dad, no, I until you feed me, I will not. I will just keep being here. But also at the same time, I love my cat and I want her to be here all the time. So she's about to bite me. Yeah, who's biting me? Yeah, she's a little bitey girl. Are we gonna bite me? Yeah, bite. Come on, sweetheart. Come on, move. Thank you. Cats. Love them. Anyway, so you get the idea. Behind these foundations. Establish the most basic one. Then you've got itinerant, where you have no permanent domicile, but you do have connections to others in Saturnine. So basically you have no house, but you have more hidden knowledge. You got a little bit more money, because I guess you're not spending it on your house. But you have you start with one level in disguising, surviving, or sneaking skills, and you have some motivation, getting a house, stuff like that. You've got the connected one, which is sort of like you have ties to one or more significant people or groups in Saturn or beyond. So if you want to be an apprentice to a great Visle, that connected might be a good one. We've got eremitic, which is you are aloof and have few ties to others. I'll thank you very much, game, for not calling me out like that. I do not have an income of 60 crystal orbs. I have no income right now. I have an income of like $60 at this point. But you do have a large hidden or unique level 4 house, but no connections. So there's a trade-offs, right? Mendicant, you have no permanent domicile and few to no connections to others. You can be iconoclastic, which is you work against or seek to bring down one or more significant organizations. You have stalwart. You are a devoted ally and supporter of one specific organization, so the whole opposites. You have bizarre, which you have a reputation for being strange and having a strange house. At least that's what people say. So you have no connections. And so the kind of the point of it, this little sidebar I think is useful to sort of picture that. Reads, dichotomies. It's helpful to think of personality in terms of dichotomies and which side of a particular divide you happen to fall on. These represent what's important to you and will help guide your choices in life. Choose from a list of dichotomies to help define your character. There are no right or wrong answers. There's no final score or results to tally. These are just concepts to think about when developing the core and the finer points of your character's outlook, ideals, or overall personality. And these are good to think of, I think, if you can't choose one of these, then this list I think is useful to kind of go through to get an idea of like which one of these two is more important to your character. Like I'm seeing shades here of the virtue system in Ultima 4, where all 8 virtues, justice, honor, humility, justice, honor, humility, honesty, spirituality, that's 5. Let's see if I can remember. Justice, honor, humility, spirituality, honesty. Oh damn, I'm missing 3 virtues. Damn, I should know these. I should know the Ultima 4 virtues. Wait. I need to look them up, and I'm going to be very angry. I'm going to be very upset when I look them up and think I should have remembered. So Ultima 4 8 virtues. The 8 virtues are God damn it, I missed compassion. I missed valor, and I missed sacrifice. Yeah. Honesty, honor, spirituality, justice, valor, sacrifice, compassion, and humility. Those are the 8 virtues. Anyway, point is the 8 virtues they're all technically good, right? But you get asked questions that make you choose in the moment between, say, justice and honor, or spirituality and honesty. And so it forces you to sort of make these choices of like, okay, both are important values, but in this situation, in this moment, which of those values is more important to you? And that kind of approach is, again, going to be very similar to that. And I think it helps. Those dichotomies help you define your character a bit more, because as Spurs Wanted said earlier, this is a game for people who are in love with character creation. Hey, Princess Bra, welcome in. Wait, Princess Brahammer. All right, yes, I did read that correctly. Princess Brahammer, welcome in. Ni hao, que pasa, habibi? Welcome in, friend. Good to see you. You have in fact arrived, and look. In fact, we are doing tabletop RPG goodness, so that works out. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Sorry that you didn't have anything pop up on screen. I used to have a thing that rolled the dice when people followed or signed up, and then it broke. And then it broke bad, and I haven't gotten around to fixing it. So instead, what you get is, I'll do this. I'll go here so you can see my big, beautiful, unkempt, so unkempt. I really do need to do something about the face going, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. It means this is an artisanally crafted personal thank you from me to you, not some generic corporate GIF popping up thanking you. No, you get the streamer themselves going on a whole ass tangent, changing cameras, just to thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Right, we're back to here. Let's see. As far as Wanda said, I've definitely pushed people to think about these same things in advance of Cypher campaigns, even if they don't give me something specific. If I award an XP for progress, they get really excited. Everybody loves getting an XP for progress. I am not worried about bells and whistles. Please continue. No worries. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it, because I don't have bells or whistles. I do have a handful of wicked keys which I have been told that the NVIDIA noise reduction on my microphone does not properly transmit the clinking of metal on these keys, despite the fact that I am clinking them right now. But I am told that you cannot hear this, and it makes me sad. But imagine the clinking of little metal keys, like you see on the camera here, and thank you. Thank you. Dan can't help being charming when he speaks, but only when I speak. The when I close my mouth, it's scary again. Jingly keys make my child baby happy, right? Happy, yes. Same. There's a reason they're just right here, ready for me to grasp and just kind of fiddle with at all times, because I too, like, they make me happy. It makes me happy. This whole game, that's the thing. Okay, look, we're answering a question. We've already spent an entire week, last week, going through Invisble Sun, asking this question, and this week we're continuing it. The question remains, is Invisble Sun a good game? I don't know. I do know it has so many fiddly bits for me to just put in my hands and goof around with, and that, if that is your mark of a good game, then this is one of the best games ever. One of the best tabletop RPG games ever. But also, by that rubric, that would make many European board games some of the best tabletop RPGs ever. So not the only metric that we can use to measure, but I'm not discounting it, okay? In trying to answer the question, is Invisble Sun a good game, the jangliness of the keys is part of it, is very much part of what's going on here. Now, let's look at some of these dichotomies. So, for example, it goes, wealth or fame, friends or family, power or control, introvert or extrovert, order or chaos, freedom or safety, society or the individual, generosity or greed, moral code or instinct, ego or id, nature or nurture, thought or action, instinct or knowledge, charity or self-sufficiency, home or the road, contentment or challenge. And again, everybody is going to probably fall in the middle of all of these, but in the moment when you have to choose, okay, yeah, but, and I think this would be a better way to present this would have been something like the Ultima 4, like character creation, which is being presented with specific situations in which you have to make a moral judgment and decide in the moment, based on the situation, which is more important. Is it wealth or fame? Yes, we know technically it's like, in between, like friends or family, both, right? The default answer should generally be, for most people, both, not, separate from, like, some people might not have good family. Look, right? I'm just generalities here, but generalities, both. But the important thing is that, but you still have to decide. And so I think some guidance of like situation and questions would have been a really good time. Like that could be an interesting. In fact, this little dichotomies thing alone makes me want to create a character generation system shaped around something like this, right? With that, like going back to that Ultima 4 kind of vibe. I should do something like that. Of course, yeah. I keep telling myself, oh, hey, we have more ideas for that I'll never actually get around to writing down. Let's see here. OMG, the comparison to European board games and player match is so spot on that I'm angry I didn't think of it first. Hey, sorry, man. I got that one. You can have it for free, though. My friend, you can have it for free. But yeah, it is, isn't it, right? Like it is kind of that same thing. It's like when somebody breaks out one of those like complicated European board games, Euro board games with like jangly keys and a bag full of little wooden blocks and I don't know, man, it's probably some giant spiders too, because why the fuck not? There is a certain subset of players that will go like, fuck yeah, and a certain subset of players that will go, oh God, no, right? And that's kind of like what this game kind of has going with it. Like, for the people for whom it hits, it hits. Again, look at all these cards and bits and custom dice and metal keys and the best sex toy I've ever gotten with a game that you can actually shake hands with. Like, all these fun things that come with with Invisible Sun. I would be lying. I would be a lying liar who lies if I said that that all these things and the chance to just have all these little things was not half the fun of Invisible Sun. Just the fact that it has so many things. If this was just a single 300, 400, 600 page book, I probably would have been a little, and nothing else, I probably would have been less hyped for it. I conceivably would not even have backed the game. Part of the reason I backed the game was because it was the black cube, and it had all these things in the black cube. Yeah, sex toys you can shake your hands with, man. Look, and it goes. It goes like that. That's art. That's design. I like this. Also it makes me feel less lonely. Just here, just a little less lonely. If it was something like, and this is not a diss against this game. I'm going to step away from camera a moment to grab a very big, very heavy book. Bear with, and this is not a diss against this game, but oh my god, behold. Oh my, what's happening here with my headphones? There we go. Behold, Haunted West, a tabletop role-playing game shining the light of truth on the Old West, by Darker Hue Studios, Chris Spivey, I'm not sure, I think it's Spivey. This beast of a game. It's very cool. Yes, agreed. 100% agreed. Explorers Wanted. It's also like at some point I want to do one of these streams about this game. But also this game is thick. Double C, double cheeked up on a Saturday night. Just look at how much game this is. Okay, look, this is the standard deck of cards. For comparison, here's the standard 2014 D&D Player's Handbook. You'll notice in terms of width and height, it is exactly the same. But then, oof, you look at this. And it's intimidating, all right? Haunted West is intimidating. You plop this. I mean, there are people who get intimidated by this who go like, holy shit, that's a lot. Not even thinking like all the other books. And again, this was not so bad. Player's Handbook, turns out half of this is just a list of spells. There's actually not that much to D&D as a system, in my humble opinion, right? But even this is intimidating to a lot of people. You plop this fucking beast in front of people, and they run away screaming. They call the police. They call social health services on you. They are worried for you and about you because that book is dangerous. It is heavy. You can hurt people. And there is so much in this game. It's a lot. There's a lot of history. There's a lot of systems. There's a lot going on in this game. There's so much. At some point, we're gonna go through it on this stream, right? But so you got this, but you also got something like Invisible Sun, the Black Cube, and all the bits and bobs, right? Haunted West is just this ginormous book, right? It did not bring a UFO. It did not bring a bunch of cowboy minis. It doesn't have a bag full of little wooden cubes for you to play with. It's just a giant fuck off book for a really good game. Again, this is again not a knock on Haunted West. Again, we're going to get to it eventually. I mean, it's heavy. Let me put that away. Let me put away the D&D Player's Handbook too. Bear with. Look, folks, I accidentally on purpose. Give me a second. I have a very long headset cable and it keeps getting tangled up. Anyway, I accidentally last week while working out, while lifting heavy things and putting them back up, somehow fucked up my shoulder, and it's almost entirely okay now, but I haven't worked out since because until it recovers, right, I don't want to injure myself. But I can do this, right? I can extend my arm with relatively little to no pain. I couldn't do this last week. Couldn't do this like last. My arm was fucked. Or rather, my shoulder was fucked last week. So I've mostly recovered. Lifting that book. All right, I usually work with like 35-pound dumbbells in each arm. That book left me winded. It's a big chonker, but that's intimidating. It's hard to get players for that because they're like, am I going to have to read all this? And no, of course not. But it scares them. It scares them. It's a refrain of middle-aged OA. I mean, look at this. Look here. Behold. This is not the face of a young man. All right. In people's defense, I've looked like this since I was 30. The clock turned. I should find a picture of myself at 29. I should find a picture of myself at 29, and you'll see a couple of things. One, I still had a little bit of hair up top, right? But mostly this. I had the beard, but it was brown. It was a beautiful, luscious, chocolatey brown beard. I was a handsome boy. And then I turned 30, and my hair just migrated south for the winter of my life, and then the snowy hills just became salt and peppery, and then now this beautiful snowy landscape that lays before you. And it's just kind of been like this since I was 30. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that I moved to New York City when I hit 30. I think this city did this to me. On the plus side, I just look like this forever. This is just what it is right now. So, let me go back to the overhead here. Listen, and I mean this with all sincerity, you've got a dignified look that your charm reinforced. Well, thank you. I did in fact focus mostly on charisma for my build. So thank you. I appreciate it. But so, again, just to bring the comparison back home with Haunted West, right? That big heavy book, it's intimidating, and I think even though, well, look. Okay, we've got this book, and these books are not particularly thick. They're regular. They're like, but they're still like a couple hundred pages each, right? This was almost 200 pages, and then you've got, the thing is, it's not just this one book. You've got the other 3 core books. You've got the Way, you've got the Path, you've got the Gate. So again, all of a sudden, now we're not talking about one book, we're talking about 4 books, and those are just the core books. And then, if you're gonna get freaky with it, you've got 3 more. You've got Teratology, Secrets of Silent Streets, Book M. You've also got, all of these are big, heavy hardcovers. They make me happy. I'm not gonna say they don't. But they're still big, heavy hardcovers. Then you've got additional books like The Threshold. You've got a couple of art books. You've got The Enchiridion of the Path, which is honestly mostly just handouts, but it's hundreds of pages of handouts that you can give to your players for demonic lore and stuff for them. And there's even more books over on the other table that I'm not going to get up again to go fetch, but there's lots and lots and lots of books for this game. But it tries to spread them out, and it sprinkles jangly keys on them, and it sprinkles fancy dice, and it sprinkles little blocks on you, and decks of cards with objects of power, some of which, again, some of these, look at this card, the Cadaverous Distance card, right? This is a very classic. It looks like, okay, that's a reasonable amount of text to have on a card. And then you've got something, and then you've got Featherveil, and all of a sudden that's That's a slightly more unreasonable amount of text to have on a card. You got Fiction Suit, which is even smaller text, and Jesus Christ, the Finder of Secrets has a feels like multiple pages worth of text, barely fitting on these cards. Because this game made some choices. Instead of putting it all in one big book, it spread everything that you need across multiple books and across multiple cards. Here's a thing about this that you might not know, and that was true, and it's still mostly true. It's less true these days because when it first came out, they like all but refused to make proper digital versions of this game. You might not remember this. When the first game first came out, it was physical. There was no, like, it was kind of a big deal when they said, like, oh, we've released PDFs of the books. And even then, the PDFs, like, all these things, all these objects of power, all these spells, all these incantations and ephemera objects and stuff are not in the books. There is no listing like D&D of all the spells in the game or anything like that. There's just cards, hundreds and hundreds of cards that are critical because the game stats of your spells, the mechanics, everything, they're all on those cards. So what this game cleverly, evilly, wickedly, like the keys wickedly, did was take something that, like, the amount of text and information and setting and everything that you have in a giant honkin' book like Haunted West, and just spread it out in a multimedia conglomeration that unfortunately is like catnip for players like me. I love this game. I love Monty Cook. I hate this game. I hate Monty Cook. How dare you? How dare you put out something that calls to me? How dare you jingle your keys in front of me like this, and then leave me with a giant box full of stuff, and not a single goddamn player willing to put in the dedication that it requires. And to be honest, I'm one of them. I'm one of them. If right now you came to me and said, like, Dan, let's play Invisble Sun, I would hesitate. Like, they say, hey, I'm committed. I'm gonna do a full campaign. I would hesitate and go, like, let me see if I'm ready. Let me see if I have the time. Let me see if I have the mental space. Because if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it the way that this game wants you to do it, the level of dedication and focus that it wants you to have. Because that's the thing. Like, when you have this much stuff, it feels almost sacrilegious to relegate it to a one-shot. You can't do a one-shot. The one-shot would just be character creation, right? And I have played one-shots at cons for this, and it was a fun time, but it's barely Invisble Sun. The full Invisble Sun experience, what this game wants to be, is, as Explorers Wanted said, a bunch of forever GMs all around the table who are in love with character creation and want to just kind of make this part of their goddamn personality for a while. That's what this game wants to be. It wants you to make it part of your personality, and I'm that audience. It really does. It got me. It got me, and it got me to buy all these other expansions and stuff. And honestly, I'm as bad as I am at marketing, and as bad as Monty Cook is at marketing. Do not let him near the videos for his Kickstarters. But the Monty Cook Games team, props for making me fall in love with your bullshit, with the sheer amount of crazy bullshit. And on that note, if you're in the market for crazy bullshit, well, guess what? I've got 3 minutes of advertisements at the top of the hour here coming for you. You don't have to. You don't have to watch the ads, but they're going to happen anyway, unless you happen to have thrown money at me like Explorers Wanted did, in which case you will get a lovely socialist slideshow of memes and the occasional lovely and touching picture of me caressing cherry blossoms. If not, you're gonna get some ads. That's just the capitalist world we live in. I hate it. If you don't like it, you've got 3 minutes. 3 minutes to burn down capitalism. Otherwise, in about 3 minutes, We will be right back. And we're back. We survived the apocalypse, Kendall. You got your matches. Good work, comrade. Very well. Burn it all down. I think honestly, that's I think if you get nothing else from my stream, it should be that capitalism needs to be destroyed and replaced with something better. I think really that's what all tabletop RPGs really are about. Anyway, on that note, let's go back to our overhead here and see where we've left off. First of all, a quick update, because I know it's very important for everybody here on stream to know. Cat has been fed. Cat has been fed. She is good. She has food, and is currently eating. So please adjust your your signal appropriately. Cat has been fed. All right, so let's go back to the matter at hand, which happens to be this goddamn game, and trying to figure out. Yeah, no, I know you were worried, and I'm here to just. Everybody's good. So anyway, we're back to it. By the way, for any new viewers, and I should fix this. I should fix this. Give me a second. Bear with me. I'm actually going to do something very quickly here in the background, which will make no sense to any of you. But it is important to me because I have to hit a button, and before I can hit that button, I need to, oh dear, I broke everything. Nope, there we go. Nope, I need to hit a button. I need to hit a button. All right, and in order to do that, I need to go to a place and see a man about a horse. Okay, and then I go here and I go here. I'm doing things. I know you don't believe me, but I swear I'm doing. Here we go. And then just adjust this and adjust that and save that. And that's done. So now, dear viewer, in case you were curious about what's happening here, you have entered the final hour of today's stream. I stream for about 4 hours each day, and long-time viewers will be amazed at what's about to happen as I hit this button, and the bot puts my updated schedule. It's no longer lying to you, saying that my streams are from 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern, because they are now from 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern instead. And as you may note, if you do some time math, it is now 6:12 p.m. Eastern, leaving us in that final hour of stream time. So that's what's happening here. Let's see what we can do during this final hour. Will we be able to determine whether Invisble Sun is a good game, which is an objective fact that we can determine, and it is a sane and normal thing to claim that we can determine in this last hour? I don't think so. I don't think so. You don't believe the bot. You choose to believe that I show up randomly like a capricious god. You don't want me. You really don't want me to start thinking of myself as a god of any kind, capricious or otherwise. I do not believe in astrology or any of that frippery. I have a collection of tarot decks, but I am not a believer in magic or mysticism or anything like that, despite my absolute love for playing wizards and tabletop RPGs. I love it because there's no magic in the real world. I wish there was, but alas, I've yet to catch any. So I fulfill that desire through the tabletop RPG. I do not believe in the magics or the mysticism. So therefore, take that into consideration as I say that I am a Leo. I was born in August, and it is dangerous to inflate my ego. There's a reason why throughout my life I will just constantly tear myself down at all times. To the point where friend of the stream PB once had to yell at me on chat to stop talking shit about her dear friend because I was kind of putting myself down. But you don't understand. This is for your sake. This is for all of you. If I do not adhere to this monk-like ascetic focus that I have of constantly tearing myself down and grinding myself down, I would be too powerful. I could not be contained. If my ego was allowed to blossom how it wishes it could, I don't think it's not going to be good for anyone. Least of all me. I'm not sure there isn't magic. I think the current situation to be for a poorly worded wish and excessively evil GM. Look, I don't know if there's magic, but I do think there are monkey's paws. So you're a creative force that should not be contained because you're ultimately kind in your creations. I would like to think that. But I also exist in a constant state of terror about my own potential and power. I do not think there's a part of me that longs for power, and therefore I feel like I must not have it because there is a part of me that wants it. It's the best way I can explain that. How about aiming for ego neutrality? I mean, that's kind of it. That's the thing. Like I left to my own devices, I will hype myself up. with no other thing, and I don't think it's good. I don't think that's a good thing, because I will hype myself up too much. I will go full manic. To the point, okay, that it's story time. It's story time. We're getting a little personal here, but you know what? It's also been like this happened when I was a teenager, when I was barely out of my teens. I was 19 at the time. It's story time. Story time. Are we talking about tabletop RPGs? Yeah, a little. We're in the context of right. If we're talking about, like, my character creation, my story, right? Was I an established teenager? Was I an itinerant teenager, a connected teenager, a bizarre teenager, perhaps an eremitic teenager, or an iconoclastic one? Well, I would say some combination of eremitic and bizarre, perhaps. But look, when I graduated high school, I went to college for 1 year. I am a proud college dropout. I went to Cornell University. That's right. That's right. I went to an Ivy League for 1 year. And I paid for that. I paid the student debt that I got into for just a single year of Ivy League education was ridiculous. Was like I finished. It's long paid off, but it was like a decade of paying that off. And that year did not go well. I dropped out of college that year in part because of my ADHD, undiagnosed at the time. I had no idea. This was back in the '90s, and I don't think anybody considered ADHD as a possibility. But I did drop out of college because I was not prepared, and I didn't know how to deal. I didn't have medication or anything. My ADHD had gotten me through high school easily enough because I had the he's so smart ADHD. Which really doesn't translate into the real world. It's the you're so smart at school flavor of ADHD. And then you go to the real world and you're like, oh, fuck, the real world doesn't work like school. And you end up dropping out of college. And at the time, my mom, long story. I could go, oh boy, there are layers like an onion to this. But I got diagnosed, quote unquote. That doctor ended up being a quack. And in fact, later on, a fun story, lost his license. Because apparently he had been abusing patients at his inpatient clinic. But anyway, this quack diagnosed me as bipolar. And said, he's going through manic and depressive episodes, and even had me taking lithium and stuff. And eventually, that was not a correct diagnosis. Much later in life, I was diagnosed as ADHD, etc., etc., etc. But I think part of me has never entirely gotten over the concept of like the manic and depressive episodes. That really is an ADHD thing. It's more of the highs and throws of it. But part of my mind still thinks in those terms, and still instinctively, as soon as I start getting excited about something, as soon as I start getting into it, instinctively I pull back and go like, oh, I'm going manic. Let me rein that in. And has that done me any favors in life? Probably not. But it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks at the same time. So we'll see. At the very least, I'm self-aware enough at this point in my life that I can talk about this and I'm aware of it. But it is there's work to be done. There's work to be done, and if we're saying that Invisble Sun, I'm trying to keep this on topic. God damn it. If we're saying that Invisble Sun is a game for people who are in love with character creation and is basically just gameplay through character creation, as you keep playing, you're effectively still constantly just creating your character as you're following your arc, etc., etc. That is how I'm approaching life. It is an eternal game of character creation, and in this game of character creation, I keep getting rolls. That's a bad roll. That's a 1. I keep rolling 10s for certain things, and then going automatically and willingly applying penalties to myself because I am afraid of what happens when I go full blast, because I was brought up to So just go like, no, that's bad. You can't go full blast. It is bad, and you are bad. And that shit is hard to get over. Let's see, Explorers Wanted says, I don't believe that for a second. I think you have the impulse to do that, but you also have enough personal insight that you overcorrect for it. You are a wonderful person. Thank you, and I will not accept any assertion of the contrary. See what I mean? See what I mean? This is why I need friends, because friends will not let me talk shit about their friend who also happens to be me. Okay, I exist. Here's another little parallel between Invisble Sun and myself. Invisble Sun has a concept that hasn't really been spoken about in the book so far from what we've seen, but Invisble Sun, I think it was mentioned lightly, of like modes, that your character has multiple versions of themselves throughout the actuality, throughout the world, and they may be very different, but they are still all at their core the same character. And then there are mechanics for kind of switching between them and stuff if you want to, but it's advanced this is high grade weirdness at that point once you start going into the modes of Invisble Sun. But also I kind of exist in that. I've kind of internalized the concept of there being three Dans: past Dan, current Dan, and future Dan. And the three of us are in a constant tug of war between ourselves, trying to be nice to one another, but occasionally just like fucking one another over. Occasionally, current Dan will look at something and go, God fucking damn it, past Dan, what the hell were you thinking? Occasionally, past Dan will have gone and said, like, you know what? Fuck it. I know I'm making a mistake, but not my problem. This is going to be future Dan's problem. And in the meantime, future Dan is like, you know, so when I'm at my best, I try to be kind to myself. Current Dan, I try to forgive past Dan and to do things that will make future Dan go, thanks, past Dan. Thanks so much for that. And that's the thing. Like, I'm catching up on chat real quick. Let's see. You remember, you are not your first instinct. You are more where you push yourself and where you desire to be. You are correct. That you are technically correct. The best kind of correct. Exors Wanted. I do feel like Monty Cook and Shana Germain were doing some internal work as part of creating Invisble Sun. I think you're right. I think 100% you're right. Let's see. And I do exist simultaneously with past, present, and future me. And that's called wisdom. Look, so here's the thing. Like, I don't see myself existing simultaneously as past, present, and future me. I internally perceive us as different individuals. There is a connection between past Dan, present Dan, and future Dan, but we are separate individuals in my head. Or not even in my head, in my heart. Like, that's what it feels like. There are three of us, and we exist simultaneously, but we are not the same. And so, in a weird sort of way, that works for me because, as Explorers Wanted said much earlier in the stream, right? I have a shame-based motivation system, and I too, like, it's very much an ADHD thing, and so, like, when current Dan looks at something past Dan did and goes like, God fucking damn it, past Dan, there is that moment of shame and that little trigger of like, oh fuck, so I should not do that anymore, right? And at the same time, sometimes when I'm gonna make a decision, I will stop and I will think, wait, what's future Dan gonna think of this? Or if I do sometimes I'll do nice things for future Dan. I'll be like, I'm gonna take care of this thing right now, and then literally, future Dan, when future Dan becomes current Dan, there will be times when I go like, oh shit, thanks, past Dan. Like it feels like a different person. It feels like, oh holy shit, my friend did this for me, because I don't know what that says about me, that I'm just a very, very lonely guy. that my two of my closest friends are the future and past versions of myself. I coincidentally enough, I have therapy this Friday at 8. So there's a reason my therapist continues to enjoy employment. He's done a wonderful job. He's doing a wonderful job. Let's see here. I think this goes to how most people experience things. I just have a strange relationship. Oh, fair. Like I said, I at least for myself, I can only speak for myself. And for myself, it's 3 separate individuals. That's just the way I perceive it. Let's see, Source Wanted. There are definitely moments where you probably look at past Dan and something awesome happened, but you play it off as being lucky instead of acknowledging your own skills. Yeah, a little bit. There's less of that these days. Again, thank you to my therapist. There's less of that these days. But also at the same time, I do feel like it's important to acknowledge the role of luck in a lot of things. Like, okay, yes, I did that. I have the skills, but also I was in the right place at the right time, right? That it's important to acknowledge the role of luck in things, which, again, bringing it back to tabletop RPGs, that's where your dice come in, right? You can have all your core abilities and stats, but at the end of the day, there's going to be a roll, and that's going to play a role in the final end result of this, which may be why when I design my own games, I focus so much on trying to give my players narrative control and trying to make it so that even regardless, like the dice will still determine success or failure. Luck still plays a role, but to me, then it's important that the player will gets to maintain a certain level of ownership over the result, because at the end of the day, it's their character doing the thing. And I could go on. That's a whole separate subject. If anybody is curious about my own game and my game design philosophies, on Fridays when I stream, I'm always working on my own games. So those are the days to hang out and watch me create a game. So if you're curious at all, Fridays are good days for that. Let's see here. For sure, we have a systemic problem in our society with luck. But you're a tabletop RPG guy. You know how the odds play. Yeah, no, I get it. 4 whiskey. Nicely done. I am raw dogging. As I said earlier in the stream, first of all, I can't drink. I don't drink. Not for moral reasons. I do not judge. 2 of my closest friends who are not past Dan or future Dan, Dave and Jesus, like the drink. Enjoy the drink. Dear viewer, if any of you are not aware, Fandible.com, the best little actual play podcast that nobody's ever fucking heard of, is where I am and where you can hear me play the tabletop RPGs with some of my closest friends. If you are following Fandible to learn how to play tabletop RPGs or to get an idea of how a game runs, you're doing it wrong. We are bad. We are bad at role playing. Not at role playing. We are bad at playing the games that we have, to the point where it actually occasionally annoys me. We're like, we'll get a game, and as witnessed by the fact that I do daily 4-hour rants about tabletop RPG systems, care about systems, and on Fandible.com, a lot of the time we just kind of skim the book and go like, okay, I think I've got enough for like we play RPGs based on vibes mostly, and as Explorers Want to just mention, our Rebel Radio episodes are particularly like we unapologetically drunk and or stoned. In my case, stoned, because I cannot drink. Turns out, medical reasons. My body transforms alcohol directly into pain. It's my superpower. It's a shitty superpower. But it goes very, it's fine with weed. It likes the weed. And thankfully I live in a legal state. But that said, I am currently out of weed. This that you're seeing right now, stone cold sober. Holy shit. It only gets worse from here. And so not 4 whiskeys, and alas, in fact, completely sober, and I feel like I should do something. Maybe once I finish the stream, I don't want to go out. I'm going to have to go out to the dispensary. It is. You have any idea how cold it is in New York City right now? I don't want to go out to the dispensary. But you're right, Source One. This cannot stand, and I really should not be sober for the rest of tonight. I should. I think it's important. It's important to get at least gently stoned at some point this evening. So I might just have to. I might just have to. Anyway. Where did we? Okay. So we saw our foundations, cool, and that led to some stories. We led to a little bit of story time, but you get the idea behind the foundation, what kind of person you are. Then the game goes into Visle houses. So again, this is a game that is in love with character creation. Every character is going to have a home. You're going to describe your home. You're going to have a weird home. It's going to have special rooms. There's a mechanic for augments, which are things that you get to add to your house depending on the size of the house. That will, some of them will have mechanical effects in the game. They might provide certain advantages, but a lot of it is just story stuff. It's literally just ideas for what my character is like. Like, for example, a house could be in peculiar shape or condition. It could be teetering or leaky even in fine weather, or drafty even in fine weather, or always cluttered no matter what. You might have an infestation or haunting of ghosts or grigs or demonic entities. Your house might be sentient, or it might have ants or termites. All this stuff is just, for the most part, story. Like, there's no bonuses or minuses. This is just, you're creating the story of your character, and that's what this game wants you to do. CS Sport Wanted says, so it's after midnight and I have to crash out, but I'm going to remind you that you're loved by so many, even if it's hard to accept. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, that means a lot. I really appreciate it. And I did, by the way, I did see your messages come in on Discord. I just focus on the stream. We'll get back to you there. But thank you. Thank you for stopping by. In any case, we're wrapping up. We're like half an hour away from the end of the stream anyway. So good time to start dropping out if anybody needs to. I'm going to try and wrap up here soon anyway. But again, as always, it's great to see you. And I only hope that we get to see you on more streams again, because you're one of the good ones. You're one of the good ones, friend. And thank you again. Thank you. I know I am loved because look at me. Oh my God. Look. Am I not cute? Is this not adorable? Holy shit. Lovable as fuck. Sincerely. Look at this. So, anyway, we've got houses. We've got some sample houses, which is nice to have. Let's see. What else do we have in here? We have, now, at this point now, this is the miscellanea section of character creation in this game, right? So you got your houses, you got shadow skills and mementos, and this is stuff that almost doesn't matter. For example, let's take a quick pause and talk about shadow in this game, right? We did say that like a week ago when we first started yammering indistinctly about Invisble Sun. Right, you play a Visle. You play a kind of wizard that has awoken and returned to the actuality, the real world, in which in this game is the world of magic. The world that you were in before is called the Shadow, and that world is, this one. It's basically the world that you and I, as actual real people, are in now. That is the world of Shadow in this game. A world in which there is no magic. Magic is not real. Which in this game is a lie, is false, right? Magic is 100% real. The real reality, the actuality is that magical realm. So the world of Shadow is a lie. It is an illusion. It is something that you hid in because of this war across reality you were hiding, and the war is over, come back to actuality. And so when you come back from Shadow, you still remember your past Shadow life. You might have had a wife, a dog, and a cat, or a car, or whatever, but none of that was really real. And so all of that to talk about then what the Shadow skill says. Everyone starts with a Shadow skill. A Shadow skill is something learned in Shadow within the bonds of one's false life. A Visle who lived as a firefighter might retain one of the physical skills she had, climbing perhaps or breaking through barriers. A Visle who had a boating hobby might retain the ability to sail. One who worked as an accountant could keep a skill in mathematics. It's a level 2 skill. It can be anything that could be learned in Shadow, from sailing to cabinetry. It can simply be a profession, like sous chef or accountant. Criminal is likely too broad, but stealth or lying is fine. Something with very little application in the actuality, like computer science, is probably not a good choice, but ultimately the decision is yours. So this one's like a tricky one, because you gotta, from a gameplay point of view, you want to pick something that has some level of use in the actuality. But it does feel like it should be like, yeah, I'm technically a mystical wizard creature who lives in a haunted house and summons demons. But also, it is burned into my brain how to, do a pivot table in Excel. Excel is not real. That's what I want you all to take out of this stream more than anything else. You know what? No. Here. Let me go here. Let me get to the big camera. Let me look you in the eyes here, dear viewer, and tell you right now, if you take nothing else from Invisble Sun, it is that Excel is not real, and it can't hurt you. Not in the actuality, anyway. Not under the light of the indigo sun. All right. Excel is not real, and it can't hurt you. Important for you to know. The other thing you get to bring back from Shadow is a Shadow memento. Once ensconced back in actuality, most Visley call to them an object from their false life that had meaning to them. Excel the program. Yes. The illusion. The false lie that is Excel.exe. Not real. Do not let them tell you otherwise. Once ensconced back in actuality, most Visley call to them an object from their false life that had meaning to them. This might be something with purely sentimental, like a photo, or something with practical value, like an automobile or a weapon. The idea, mostly, is for the memento to be something that helps establish the character's personality. That's why you're trapped in Shadow, Phoenix. That's why you're trapped in Shadow. If you want to return to the actuality, you have to accept the truth of reality, and that is that Excel is not real. Not the entire Office suite, an illusion, a lie, a comforting lie that you wrapped around yourself to hide from the horrible transdimensional war that still scars the city of Saturn, but still a lie. That's really the important part here. Anyway, so it's basically it's a personality thing. It's a personality thing, like a stereo or a coffee maker, an object that says something about who they were and who they remain. Visley, trapped for so long in Shadow, can't help but be shaped by it. Even once back in actuality, with memories and knowledge of the true world returning, they still retain a bit of their false life. All Visley return to the actuality with one object taken from Shadow. Regardless of what it is, the object works just fine in actuality. If it's something that shouldn't work here, like a television, no one's broadcasting, or a smartphone, there's no signal and no satellite, it still works. The television gets channels from Shadow, and the smartphone can access Shadow's internet. However, and this is a big however, in the actuality, things that would have meaning only in Shadow are seen as the obvious and downright absurd deceptions that they truly are. A television show, even a news program or a documentary, appears fake, silly, and vapid. Information gained on a smartphone is meaningless. Texts and phone calls are mostly nonsense. So again, just I kind of love that concept. They keep harping on that. Like, Shadow is not real. It is an illusion. It is fake. It is false. It is silly. It is something that you've grown away from. What are you, a child? Only a child would not believe in magic. If you're a grown-up, all right, if you're a mature grown-up, then you understand and accept that magic is real and the entire world runs on magic. That is literally what this game wants, and I kind of love that about it. I do admit I kind of love that about it. Let's see. I would drop any computer program to get magic. Exactly. See, that's the thing. You may love Excel, but you're going to love the ability to cast Fireball even more. See, I think my object would be a sword if it wasn't something game related. I mean, it can still be a sword. It can still be a sword. It's just going to be a sword. This is not, you're not going to change the world with your shadow memento. It's more of a memory thing. It's just like, okay, this is something that is from that false life. Is what this game really wants to kind of show as a shadow memento. Let's see, quirks. Visly are odd and varied creatures. So you get a few like random quirks. It gives you a whole list of sample quirks. So it's just basically weird little things about your character. Like it's point at one randomly here. Magical potions give me hiccups for a few minutes. Or if I crack open an egg, it always has a double yolk. Or from this last one, let's see. Boop. I can selectively turn down the volume of any loud noise I hear only for me, although I can't silence it. I would pay so much money for that one, personally. That one would make me happy if I could have it. And then we have our connections. And the connections were determined when we were looking at our base here. Sorry, at our foundation, and established, itinerant, connected, etc., etc. That's going to determine what our connections or how many connections we have, and it's just like a list of sample ones that you can establish. It's just, again, story stuff that is going to, okay, cool, you have a connection to say, I mean, for example, if you're a weaver, then you're definitely going to have a level of connection to the Order of Weavers. But also, hey, maybe you have a connection to devils, or you have a connection to a resident of the blue, or a connection to people, certain homeless classes or military classes. Etc., etc. So it's just basically, again, story stuff. Who does your character know? Because this is all for the GM. This is for the GM to be able to, guide your story and have like tools that are shaped around your character to tell the story with. And then, explanation of NPC bonds. You've got an associate, contact, friend, old friend, lover, relative. So different sort of levels, different types, and what comes with them, benefits and drawbacks. So for example, the old friend connection. PC and the NPC have been out of contact for quite some time, but back in the day, they were quite close. This might be a buddy from the military, a school chum, an old boyfriend, a past mentor, or an old friend of the family. The old friend is likely to be in a position of influence or value far from the PC's current normal circles. Otherwise, they wouldn't be an old friend. There is no ongoing relationship. Benefit. Old friends are usually good for one really sizable favor, and then that's it. This might be a major secret, a free gift, or direct aid in a dangerous situation. To gain this favor, the PC must re-establish contact with the old friend and spend some time reforging the bond. Drawback. Contacting an old friend can stir up old issues, sometimes with a new twist. For example, the old friend shares a way to repay an old debt, reveals that an old truth isn't true at all, or threatens to spill one of the PC's old secrets. Loss of an old friend, or sometimes simply reconnecting with an old friend, results in one despair. Despair, of course, being a mechanical part in this game. So you get the idea. You basically you determine what your various connections are, and you determine your level of bond with various NPCs. Then, finally, after all that, you choose a name for your character. Which is honestly how I work as well. My characters generally don't have names until they're fully done, and in fact, half the time they don't have names until 20 minutes into the game, especially if it's a recorded game, until 20 minutes after we started recording. And then just appearance, languages, etc. So there's some advice for game mastering foundation. Let's go ahead and read through this part, because I think I do find the game mastering advice that this game gives illustrative, and it helps kind of clarify the mindset that this game expects from you as a GM. So here's what it says about foundations. Everything that we've seen this past couple hours, because the first 2 hours were basically me ranting about other stuff that was in this game. So everything that we talked about for the past 2 hours has basically been this whole foundation aspect of your character. So let's see here. When players begin to design their houses, some will want to add really fantastical aspects, and that's a good thing. You want to encourage player creativity. Sometimes you'll have to measure a player desire at the beginning of the game versus a house augment that should come from learning a secret later. When in doubt, if what the player wants is entirely flavorful and they don't get a direct benefit from it, even a story benefit, you should probably allow it. For example, if a player wants to have windows that show random scenes of their neighborhood, you might think that's too much like the augment window to elsewhere. However, that augment gives the player a lot more control and latitude than a window that randomly shows scenes of the local area, so you might you might allow it, assuming it fits the rest of the story of the house. Characters' foundations are some of the best narrative tools a GM will have to work with. Character houses, connections, NPC bonds, and more very likely provide enough fodder for the entire narrative, if desired. Some players will focus heavily on their house, how it's decorated, how it's appointed, and so on. A break-in, an infestation, or a haunting will be an interesting turn of events for any character, but one focus on their house it will be even more dramatic. More than any other genres in other games, Invisble Sun is a game that should provide interested players with as much room as they want to talk about the mundanities of life, because in the surreal world of the actuality, the mundane is anything but. If the entrance to a PC's house is hidden within a particular book in a bookshop, and that bookshop is run by the PC's father, it's worth spending table time or development mode time run not only on the character's relationship with their father, but also on how their father feels about other Visley traipsing through the shop to visit the PC. What if they stop and browse the books, or thumb through the gossip magazines first? If they get the, "Hey, this is in a library" speech every time, that's a fun recurring character moment for everyone. Likewise, if a character doesn't have a house, talking through where they spend their time between the main action of each session is an interesting digression. What does a maker's workshop look like? Do they keep it neat and tidy, or is it utter chaos? In the first session, the group will determine what a PC's neighbors are like, but what are the ongoing interactions like? Do they change, evolve, or escalate? What are those strange lights coming from the neighbor's house one night? Connections are useful tools for the PCs, but they work both ways. Someone highly connected to the Vancian Order, for example, is far more likely to get caught up in order politics or drama. In other words, a PC can call on their connections, but their connections can call on them as well. If there's been a murder in the Order's compound, someone with a strong connection to the group might be called in to help investigate. The same is true of NPC bonds, of course. That's even more overt, built right into the mechanics. Don't forget about deliveries that come to Visley houses. When a character advances to a higher degree, they're likely to get cards and even gifts from family and friends. When an NPC contact or friend needs to communicate with a Visley, perhaps to get help, offer assistance, or for something else entirely, they do so at the Visley's house. Even if their narrative takes the PCs through the path of suns, their houses remain centerpieces of their ongoing stories. So again, a lot of this is like very general, like standard advice for PCs. Like, yeah, use your characters' background, connections, NPCs, and bonds to build the character around them. Nothing too crazy there. And then finally, we get to character arcs, which I think we're going to lightly touch on just because we're nearly out of time. We've got about less than 15 minutes on today's show remaining. So I guess let's just look at the beginning of it, and then from there we'll probably tomorrow spend a lot more time actually looking through the arcs. And then finally moving on. There's some stuff with money and goods, which is, very, we can skip a lot of this. And then tomorrow will be, a full deep dive into character arcs, and then actually going through this guidance on the first session, because I think this is a good, the game, the book itself has kind of shown us what it wants to be. This final section is it like literally laying it out step by step. So I think that's what we're going to be looking at mostly tomorrow. Let's go ahead and at least touch on the topic of these character arcs and go from there. So the character arc, by the way, is the final part on the Testament of Suns. As you can see, finally, the picture matches the sextoy. All the fingers are up. This is the final part. It's the ver, the torda tu kala ver. And let's see here. Character arcs and story arcs are central to Invisble Sun because they are how the game invests itself in stories and character depth and development. They are the main ways that the game remains character focused. Rather than following a quest given to you by an NPC, with character arcs, you decide what to do and why. Choosing your first character arc is the 6th step of character creation. Even after you finish the arc, you'll undoubtedly have at least one more, so it remains an important part of your defining essence, represented by all 6 fingers, ta-da, of the Testament of Suns. You choose an arc for your character, And as the character progresses through the story points of the arc, they earn acumen, and possibly joy or despair, to reflect that progress. Because character arcs are frameworks in which to build an individual character's stories, they are very general. And I lost my place. There we go. They are very general. It's up to the players and the GM to make the details fit. As you move through the various steps in the arc, from the opening to the climax and the resolution, you earn acumen rewards. At the end of a session, as each player goes through their character summary, they describe how actions that happened in the session equate to the completion of a step, or possibly more than one step, in their character arc. If everyone agrees, that character gets their acumen reward as detailed in that arc. Within the arc, most of the time a step is probably optional, depending on the situation, although it's hard to envision most arcs without some kind of opening climax or resolution. Steps other than the opening, the climax, and the resolution can be done in any order. Character arcs should always take at least weeks in game time, and no more than 2 steps in an arc should be accomplished in a game session or side scene, and most of the time it should be 1 step, if any. If neither of these 2 things is true, then it's not really a character arc. You can't, for example, use the creation arc to guide you through something you can make in an hour or 2. Bonded characters can share character arcs. In other words, 2 close friends can set out to undo the same wrong, train the same creature, or solve the same mystery. Then note story arcs. Story arcs are like character arcs, but they almost always involve multiple characters. These are the stories that drive the central narrative that the group will play. A character arc becomes a story arc when multiple PCs join in on things. If they do, they can all reap the rewards of progressing the arc. Sometimes story arcs aren't just character arcs with multiple characters, they are larger than character arcs. It wouldn't be wrong to think of them as major arcs, while the character arcs are minor arcs. A story arc might encompass multiple character arcs within it. If, for example, a story arc involves defeating a cabal of Bisley kidnapping and sacrificing people to sell their souls to demons, this story arc might involve the Solve a Mystery arc, Why Did Our Friend Disappear?, a Rescue arc to get them back from the cabal's clutches, and then a Revenge arc after the friend is killed by the cabal. Either kind of story arc can be initiated by the GM as part of the larger story going on in the narrative. This can be a combination of individual character arcs woven into a larger story, or a number of arcs undertaken by some or all of the characters. So, at character creation, you choose 1 character arc for your character. Players have the option to not choose one at the beginning, but it's probably a good idea to do so. First and foremost, it is a character-defining factor. If you begin the narrative out to find the woman who killed your brother, that says a lot about you. You've got a brother. He was slightly close to you. He had been in at least one dangerous situation, and you are probably motivated by anger and hate, at least somewhat. Once play begins, players can still take on a new arc whenever they wish. However, most arcs have a beginning investment in acumen that must be paid, reflecting the character's devotion to the goal. The character will earn this investment back, probably many times over, if the arc is completed. Character arcs are always player-driven. A GM cannot force one upon a character. That said, the events in the narrative often present story arc opportunities and inspire character arcs for characters. It's certainly in the GM's purview to suggest possible arcs related to the events going on. For example, if the GM presents an encounter in which an NPC wishes to learn from the PC, it might make sense to suggest taking an instruction arc. Whether or not the PC takes on the student, a player doesn't have to adopt the instruction arc unless they want to. All arcs have the following parts, called story points. Cost is the cost, usually 2 acumen, to start the arc if it is not the character's first arc, which is chosen at the character creation. Opening. This sets the stage for the rest of the arc. It involves some action, although that might just be the PC agreeing to do the task or undertake the mission, usually has a reward of 1 acumen. Steps. This is the actions required to move forward the climax. In story terms, this is the movement through the bulk of the arc. It is the journey, the rising tension. Although there might be just 1 step, there might also be many, depending on the story told. This usually has a reward of 1 to 2 acumen. And the climax. This is the finale, the point at which the PC likely succeeds or fails at what they've set out to do. Reaching this point earns a reward of 3 acumen, but there's more, depending on whether the PC is successful. Not every arc ends with victory. If the character is successful, they earn 1 joy. If they fail, they earn 1 despair. If the character fails to climax, they very likely ignore the resolution. Speaking of, the resolution. This is the wrap-up or denouement. It is time for the characters to reflect on what happened, tie up any loose ends, and figure out what happens next. When things are more or less resolved, the character earns 1 acumen. So that's the core idea behind arcs. They are little chosen, sort of like, this is the kind of story that I want to tell with my character for the next several sessions, basically. And there are some examples here are the character arc models. So there's aid a friend, assist an organization, avenge, birth, build, cleanse, creation, defeat a foe, defense, develop a bond, enterprise, establishment, explore, fall from grace, finish a great work, growth, instruction, join our organization, justice, learn, master a skill, mysterious background, new discovery, raise a child, recover from a wound or trauma, redemption, repay a debt, rescue, restoration, revenge, romance, solve a mystery, theft, train a creature, transformation, uncover a secret, and undo a wrong. These are all good. You know, all of these are evocative. Let's look at one of them. Let's look at let's look at Justice. Justice is a classic one. Let's take a quick look at Justice before we wrap up today's stream. Justice. You try to right a wrong or bring a wrongdoer to justice. Cost. A vow. You make your vow and you pay a cost of 2 acumen. Your opening declaration. 1 acumen reward. You publicly declare that you are going to bring justice in this situation. This is optional. Steps. Tracking the guilty. 1 acumen reward. You track down the guilty party, assuming there is one. This might not be physically finding them if you already know where they are. Instead, it might be discovering a way to get at them. If they are distant, difficult to reach, or well protected, this step might be repeated multiple times, if applicable. Step. Helping the victim. 2 acumen reward. Righting a wrong does not always involve confronting a wrongdoer. Part of it might just be about helping those who were wronged. Climax. Confrontation. 3 acumen reward. You confront the guilty party. This might be a public accusation, demonstration of guilt, a trial, an attack to kill, wound, or apprehend them, whatever you choose to be appropriate. A successful resolution results in 1 joy, failure results in 1 despair. And finally, the resolution, 1 acumen reward. You resolve the outcome and the ramifications of the confrontation and decide what to do next. So you get the general idea of how that is. It is basically an outline of an arc, of a story arc, in this case a character arc, that fits a certain topic that you have chosen. And so it doesn't dictate everything that happens, but it gives you the steps. Like, all right, so with my character, I want to tell a story about justice. That's going to be my character arc for the next several sessions. And here's some guidance. Here's some specific steps that you can take. And as you take those steps, you will gain acumen. Your character will become, this is like basically your progression. This is how you get your XP. In addition to any other XP, acumen, whatever rewards that you might get. But this is like your main way. Like as you go through your character arc, you learn more, you earn more, you become more, right? Your character evolves and changes and grows through going through these arcs. And tomorrow when we get back to these, we're gonna definitely look at a few more arcs. But as it is time for us to start wrapping. Oh, there we go. Time for us to start wrapping up. Bear with, because I'm moving some stuff over. Folks, I know a lot of folks have already headed off because it is late and it's time to head off. Some of us were in The Hague, not being or crimes, thankfully, and have already headed off. Some of us, I'm sure, are just here, just hanging out. Some new viewers, as always, very much sincerely appreciated. And I hope people have stuck around because we're gonna do one of those things that I almost never do, which is gonna be a raid. That's right. We're gonna go ahead and, as we wrap up today's stream, we're gonna go ahead and raid out to a friend of the stream. Let's see if I can follow. Let's see if we can find. Are they? Wait, I could have sworn I had seen. Yes. Okay, there we go. They have been up for mere seconds, so we might be raiding into the stream startup screen. But there we go. Let me set it up. All right, so we'll start the raid we'll start the raid in about a minute. I'm watching their stream about to start. So we will be raiding friend of the stream PB, who has been kind enough to lurk through most of these streams. Dear friend of the stream, and they will be I believe looking at some tables. So let's go hang out with them for a little while. As always, Ken Doyle, thanks so much. Anyone else, as always, thanks so much for the stream. I hope you have enjoyed. As always, I will be back tomorrow. One last press of the button for my schedule there, just to remind people of when I'm around. I will be back tomorrow, 3 to 7, to continue yammering, in theory, about Invisble Sun. In reality, probably just talking about deeply personal issues again, as I tend to do. Hopefully people will want to join and hang out. And one final reminder, if in fact, much like some of the people in the chat, you find me absolutely charming and would like to spend more time with you, well, I'm willing to take money in exchange for that by running tabletop RPG games for you. There is the link to my Start Playing Games profile, where I have certain games on offer for people who might be interested and available. You can also reach out there to do a custom game, and I would gladly take your money for that, because I need money. I want money. Give me money. Money. Anyway, with that, thanks so much. Have a good day yourself, Phoenix Scientist. I hope you have a great one. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and raid out. Bye-bye. Oh, did it work? Did it work? Hopefully. I don't know.
No. I guess I just didn't say that well. I thought I had.
I have no idea.
It felt like I had.
Oh, there we go. Wait, now we're doing it. Now we're doing it. I'm hitting the button.
Like, we started walking through the...
Oh my god.
Let me tell you that right now.
Hey!
Yellow. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much, Dan, for the raid. I hope you enjoyed the last little bit of your stream today. And welcome in, Raiders. Hi, hello, I'm PB from my PB Plays Inside. Where you find yourself now. I am currently